And we're good to go.
Okay. Good morning. This is the convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're holding this meeting virtually, so we will do a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here. Good morning.
Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? Am I echoing?
No.
Okay, good. Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Morning.
And good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning.
Okay. So we have a set of minutes to turn to. First off, I should just do the call. It is October, everyone. And it feels like the summer months that we miss. So hopefully folks can enjoy October 2nd. And it's meeting number 481. And we have minutes to turn to. Good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have to apologize up front. I'm having some audio issues this morning. That said, we do have a set of minutes from February 14th. Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the minutes from the February 14th, 2023 public meeting that are included in the Commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner. Okay. Any edits, comments? Excellent job. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. We'll turn to Interim Executive Director Grossman. Do you have an administrative update for us?
Yes, thank you. And good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and to our team and all who are joining. We do have two matters we would like to present to you here this morning. First, you'll be hearing from Beniswa Sundai, our Senior DEI Program Manager, as well as Dave Muldrew, who of course is our Chief People and Diversity Officer, relative to a workforce and supplier diversity audit that is underway. I'd like to offer you a high-level overview of that matter. And then secondly, you'll be hearing from Kara O'Brien, who is of course our Chief of our Licensing Division, who will talk a little bit about an RFI that is in the works relative to an update of our licensing system. So without further ado, if I may, Beniswa, I'd like to turn things over to you if you'd like to jump in on the audit. Good morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, so we are currently in the process of completing and working through a workforce and supplier diversity audit with our licensees. That includes Encore, PPC, and MGM. We've already had successful virtual kickoff meetings with all three of those licensees. We've completed 2 out of the 3 in-person interviews. We had to delay the MGM one due to their issues with their cybersecurity, but that meeting is scheduled for this Friday. So that will conclude that. After that, the audit is set up in 3 phases. The introductory phase were those kickoffs. The phase number 2 is the planning phase, in which our auditing team will go in and do the testing, and they will start drafting their reports. And then the final phase of that is to deliver the reports to us. So as of right now, Encore and PPC are in phase 2. MGM, because of their issues, are still in phase 1, but we are very hopeful that everything will still remain on schedule and hopefully complete by mid-November.
Excellent questions, commissioners. And Commissioner Skinner, I know that you've been working with this team. Any comments you want to add?
No, Beniswa, thank you. That was an excellent update. I just wanted to add to that we've got some great participation from the licensees. They are receptive, they are cooperative, and we expect that will continue going forward.
Commissioner, any other questions? Excellent work. We look forward to the next update.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Dave.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you both. Yeah, so now let's pivot right over to Kara. There she is. And good morning, Kara.
Good morning, and good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to let the Commission know that we have posted the RFI for a new licensing system. As a reminder, we are at a unique point where we are currently using multiple systems across the agency. And so what the Division of Licensing has done is met with various stakeholders throughout the various groups that use our licensing system to determine what our best path forward is so that we can have one system across the agency, that it's user-friendly and really supports our processes going forward. And so as a preliminary step, what we've done is we have posted a request for information and combis in order to get a better understanding of the technology that's available to us should we decide to move forward in whatever vein, whether upgrading or that sort of thing. And so the questions are due by October 10th and the responses are due by October 30th at 3 p.m. And we're looking forward to evaluating all of those responses.
Questions, commissioners? I see. All set. Excellent work. And I know Commissioner Maynard and Commissioner Skinner, you've been working with Kara in support of this effort. Anything you want to add?
Nothing to add, just that Kara's been doing a great job and been taking the feedback that we have and integrating it into the process.
Okay. And Commissioner Skinner? Did I lose Commissioner Skinner? And I am not seeing Commissioner Skinner's.
No, I
right.
think we lost it.
She'll join back. Let's just see. Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to take yield to Commissioner Skinner for comments later, but Commissioner Maynard has indicated that you've all worked together nicely. Kara, thank you. And I am very appreciative of the approach you're taking by using the RFI tool. I think it's very smart and a great use of a great way to use our resources most effectively and efficiently going forward. So thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Todd?
Well, thank you, Kara. Thank you for the opportunity. I think we've covered the matters I wanted to hit. I'm happy to address any other issues any of the commissioners would like to discuss, but otherwise, Madam Chair, commissioners, that's all I had for you this morning.
Any questions for Todd now, commissioners, or anything that you want for an administrative update? I know we have our agenda setting meeting next week, but if there's anything you want to hear from Todd on or his team on for a next meeting. Okay.
Madam Chair?
You're back, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm having some connectivity issues suddenly, so I'm making my way back on video as soon as I can get reconnected.
Okay, we can hear you clearly, and I just I don't know if you got a chance to hear Kara's full report, but Commissioner Maynard weighed in, and I just asked if you had anything else you wanted to add.
No, I'm good. Nothing else to add. I appreciate the update. I didn't hear it in full, but I was in touch with John Scully about the status of that posting, so I'm okay. I'm on my phone, so I can hear you okay, and I'm glad you can hear me. It'll just take me a minute to get back onto my computer.
Yeah, and we can hear you clearly. Thanks. All right, we'll move on then to a legislative update of both Grace Robinson and Commissioner Hill. Do you have anything for us today as we navigate these matters?
So the only update I would have is that the legislature, starting with the House last week, started overriding some of the vetoes that the governor had put forth. but none of the overrides dealt with anything that we are concerned with. The section that deals with the ABCC is still out there for consideration from the legislature, so we'll keep an eye on that. And I think we talked about the issue of a list that we're putting together in our little subcommittee, that we had talked about that during agenda setting in the last meeting. So once again, anybody has any ideas or any changes that they would like to talk about within their department, or of course, commissioners, let us know. And some people have reached out, but our little subcommittee is going nice and strong for that letter that we had talked about a couple weeks ago. But that would be about all I think you'd need to know today, unless Grace has something else.
Nothing to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, excellent. We'll move right on then to our IEB. We have a series of updates and addressing issues. The first matter, I do believe we are being requested to take action. Commissioners, and we're going right back to Chief O'Brien. Oh, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. You'd think I would get used to that. So we actually have Encore Boston Harbor has requested an amendment to their beverage license regarding Red 8, and licensing manager Dave McKay has actually prepared the materials for you today. But we will be asking for a vote on that.
Good morning, Dave.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
It's nice to see you. First off,
You as well.
I haven't seen you in real life to properly congratulate you on being a new dad.
Oh, thank you so much.
And also that it looks like you've been able to restore your office space. You were hit hard there, Dave, and hopefully you didn't lose too many personal items.
We're doing okay, but thank you for the kind words. And my son officially was 2 months old yesterday, so we're rocking and rolling.
And rolling pretty soon, but not too soon.
Yeah,
But that's a milestone, 2 months. Congratulations.
Yep. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. As Kara mentioned, we have a beverage amendment request coming from Encore Boston Harbor. They've applied to amend their gaming beverage license to update the licensed area description for Red 8 to include a portable bar. The Division of Licensing has reviewed this application and recommends its approval. The scope of our review included verification pertaining to the licensed area manager, Chelsea Brewster, and a walkthrough inspection was performed by Louis Lozano, IEB Casino Regulatory Manager. This inspection confirms the accuracy of the reported information in the application by Encore Boston Harbor, as well as the licensed area surveillance and security. I'd also like to note we worked with Juliana Catan-Zariti, Executive Director of Legal at Encore Boston Harbor, to obtain the necessary information to develop this request, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you may have. And I believe Louis is on the call as well, in addition to Kara. And as Kara mentioned, we are asking you to vote on this matter with the recommendation for approval.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dave or Louis, I'm having a little brain cramp. What area we're talking about here?
This is Red 8.
It has to do with a portable bar, right, Dave?
Correct, yes.
Right.
If that's helpful, Commissioner Hill, I had to go back and reread the papers to remind myself that it's a portable bar. And that requires all the, of course, inspections for surveillance and storage, etc. Have you had a chance to review the materials? Both materials are in the packet, and there was one document outside the packet.
Yeah, perfect. I got it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Dave Lewis is here. Lewis, you've had the opportunity to do all the inspections that are necessary, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
And no concerns around storage or surveillance?
Correct.
Commissioners? Commissioner Skinner, you're back. We see you clearly.
Yes, thank you. And I'm ready to move if my fellow commissioners are as well.
Okay, go right ahead, Commissioner Skinner.
I move that the commission approve Encore Boston Harbor's application to amend its gaming beverage license to update the Red 8 licensed area to include a portable bar as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any further questions, discussion, edits? All right, Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
All right, and I vote yes. Excellent work, 5-0. Thank you. And lack of questions is a good sign, Dave. Very clear.
Thank you very much.
Memorandum. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to move to item 5B, and the title is IEB report on branding relationship between Penn Sports Interactive and Barstool Sports and Barstool College Football Show. And Zach Mercer, our enforcement counsel, will be leading this discussion. There has been some question, but I am not sure if and or when we would need an executive session, but executive session, the option of moving into an executive session is reserved here to the extent that the commission decides that it's necessary and wishes to so move. So I guess we can turn right to Zach. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. So obviously this is in regard to the report submitted to the Commission by the IEB. The IEB report submitted to the Commission explores the marketing relationship between Penn Entertainment Inc., Penn Plainville Gaming and Redevelopment, DBA Plain Ridge Park Casino, PPC, Penn Sports Interactive LLC, PSI, and Barstool Sports Inc., which we'll refer to here as Barstool. PPC holds a temporary Category 1 sports wagering operator's license, and PSI holds a temporary Category 3 sports wagering operator's license. This report discussed the following two conditions of those licenses. One, that PSI must make efforts to ensure that those 21 and older attend all live events conducted by the Barstool College Football Show. And two, that PSI must cooperate with the IEB in conducting a fulsome investigation of Barstool Sports Inc. in connection with its branding of Penn Sports Interactive Inc. PSI and PPC are both subsidiaries of Penn Entertainment. Barstool is a sports and entertainment media company founded in 2003 by David Portnoy. Barstool maintains a website, barstoolsports.com, featuring blog posts, podcasts, multiple YouTube shows, live events, and other branded content. Barstool's branding extends to different personalities that promote the brand on various social media channels. Barstool currently holds a non-gaming vendor registration with the MGC and is registered or licensed in some capacity by 7 different jurisdictions, including Massachusetts. Turning to the Penn Barstool relationship, which began on February 20th, 2020. From that date to August 8th, 2023, Penn maintained an ownership interest in Barstool. On February 20th, 2020, Penn made an initial investment of $163 million in Barstool, acquiring 36% of Barstool Sports Inc. Then on February 17th, 2023, Penn acquired the remaining interest in Barstool for approximately $388 million. The IEB reviewed materials provided by Penn, detailing their organizational chart following their acquisition of Barstool. Penn owned PSI, PPC, and Barstool through subsidiaries. The relationship between Barstool, PSI, and PPC was to provide marketing and media content for those entities. Penn's acquisition of Barstool did not change Penn's board of directors. Penn's reporting structure dictated that Barstool CEO Erica Ayers then reported directly to Penn CEO Jay Snowden. Barstool founder Mr. Portnoy's interest in Barstool converted to a mixture of cash and Penn stock. When Penn acquired 100% of Barstool, Mr. Portnoy's role at Barstool also changed. Penn explained that Portnoy's role moved into one of developing and overseeing content. Mr. Portnoy was then subject to a loan-out agreement, an agreement allowing him to essentially work as an independent contractor for the brand. In describing the nature of Mr. Portnoy's role, Penn highlighted an incident involving the termination of a Barstool personality, Ben Mintz, Mr. Mintz, or also commonly referred to as Mincy, on May 1st, 2023. Specifically, Penn terminated Mr. Mintz following his use of the N-word on a live Barstool broadcast. On May 3rd, 2023, Mr. Portnoy published a video on Twitter stating that he disagreed with Penn's decision. However, it wasn't his decision to make. Penn referred to this statement and incident as indicative of Mr. Portnoy's lack of authority within Barstool as a management figure. On June 5th, 2023, however, on an episode of the Barstool Rundown podcast, Mr. Portnoy made reference to his involvement in contract and salary negotiations with another Barstool employee, Jeff Nadeau. Due to these public statements, the IAB inquired with Penn as to how they reconciled Mr. Portnoy's statements with their position that he had no management role. In response, Penn reiterated that Mr. Portnoy lacked control or influence and that he had no corporate authority to act on Mr. Nadeau's employment relationship with Barstool. Shortly after the IAB's inquiry into these management roles, Penn announced a new partnership with ESPN, which will be discussed in greater detail later today. Penn also announced the sale of Barstool back to Mr. Portnoy on that date. Following the divestiture of Penn's interest in Barstool, Penn continues to use the name Barstool Sportsbook and will do so until it transitions to ESPN Bet later this fall, which has been represented to likely be in November. Turning back to the marketing relationship between PSI and Barstool, as stated earlier, Barstool content covers a wide range of topics. The branding on the digital sportsbook product for PSI is Barstool Sportsbook. Until recently, the physical sportsbook location at PPC was also branded as such. Penn identified certain Barstool programs that were either gambling focused or contained Barstool Sportsbook advertising. Advertisements for the Barstool Sportsbook were also present on the Barstool Sports website and at PPC. Barstool reported that it treated PSI in the same manner as other advertisers and that Penn's purchase did not change the editorial focus of Barstool. Both Penn and Barstool stated that as the parent company, Penn had the ultimate say in the direction of content. However, despite that authority, Penn stated that their intent was to allow Barstool autonomy in that area during their ownership. Penn reported that there was no specific Barstool compliance plan in regard to content. However, Penn indicated that the Barstool Sports Employee Handbook and Penn's compliance training presentation materials contain the primary compliance plan for Barstool's content while under the ownership of Penn. Penn intended the handbook and the training materials to be its quote-unquote guardrails for employees and content to abide by the regulations governing its licensure in various jurisdictions. Relevant to this investigation, the handbook covers personal gambling policies, responsible gaming, and prohibited content. The handbook required Barstool employees to comply with all orders, decisions, requests, and opinions of regulators. All Barstool employees were required to complete gaming trainings, regardless of their particular focus within the brand. This was conducted through what Penn personnel described as a frequently updated training presentation. The most recent training presentation provided to the IAB by Penn was updated May 26, 2022. The training detailed off-limits gambling content, such as discussing gambling as a means to make money, encouraging reckless wagering, appeals to minors or the inclusion of minors in gambling content, producing content while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, using written profanity, and sexually explicit content. The training also covered responsible gaming obligations, advising against the use of certain language or referring to illegal operators or bookies. The training also prohibited unwelcome, over-the-top, or unnecessarily repetitive personal remarks, including discussing physical features. The harassment guidelines of the training went on to advise employees not to incite harassment by Barstool fans, and an additional focus was placed on political content, citing the regulatory requirements for both Penn and Barstool. The handbook notes that violations of company policies may result in disciplinary action or termination. This specifically highlighted the conduct by employees that jeopardizes licensure or regulatory approval. Barstool did not have a formal progressive discipline policy, and each case was taken on by its own facts. As part of Barstool's marketing relationship with Penn, some wagers were promoted directly on Barstool's digital platform. While many Barstool employees became Penn employees during Penn's ownership of Barstool, some Barstool personalities were contracts subject to loan-out agreements, as referred to earlier. These agreements establish a relationship between Barstool and a company that loans out the talent to Barstool for their content creating services. Barstool contributors such as Mr. Portnoy and Dan Katz, another prominent contributor, were subject to such agreements, along with various professional athletes associated with Barstool for content production. Penn provided 13 loan-out agreements for the IEB to review. Because a portion of the media and promotion that was originating from these talents and Barstool personalities who were subject to loan-out agreements, they were assigned a full-time Barstool employee who had access to their personal social media accounts to ensure compliance with the aforementioned Penn guardrails. The second condition that this investigation covered are the measures taken to ensure the Barstool College Football Show was only attended by individuals 21 and over. The Barstool College Football Show is a web series that discusses NCAA men's football. The show features various Barstool personalities and airs during the college football season. In past seasons, the show has been on occasion been broadcast from various locations, including college campuses. For example, on November 22nd, 2022, the Barstool College Football Show was broadcast before a live audience in Ohio from the campus of the University of Toledo. During that broadcast, there was an advertisement for the Barstool Sportsbook. The Ohio Casino Control Commission subsequently determined that because this event was open to University of Toledo campus, there were likely individuals below 21 present. As a result of this event, PSI entered into a settlement agreement with the Ohio Casino Control Commission for a monetary fine of $250,000. PSI also agreed to ensure that no sportsbook advertisements would appear on campus, nor would it permit individuals under the age of 21 to attend live events. IEB investigators communicated with Penn representatives regarding proposed safeguards for the Barstool College Football Show on several occasions. Penn discussed potential options. However, no formal plan was in place at the time of Penn's divestiture of Barstool in August of 2023. Following the Barstool divestiture, Penn reported it will no longer be involved in the Barstool College Football Show, nor to be involved in the Barstool's decision to offer the show in the future. Barstool has held the Barstool College Football Show in studio and on location since the divestiture. The show was broadcast live from the University of Alabama on September 9th, 2023, and is scheduled to have additional on-location broadcasts throughout the 2023 season. As noted, Penn announced their new relationship with Penn on August 8th, 2023. Penn sold 100% of Barstool back to Mr. Portnoy for $1 and the right to 50% of the proceeds of any future sale of Barstool. Despite the sale of Barstool, Penn currently maintains the name and branding of Barstool Sportsbook for the online sportsbook. And as indicated, it's been represented that the changeover to ESPN Bet, which has been described as a cosmetic one, will likely occur in November. At this point, we'd likely go into some detail regarding that sale. So I understand that Mr. Soriano may like to be heard at this point.
Good morning, Madam Chair. May I be heard briefly?
1 minute, because I was following the memo. Good morning. Now I can see you. Yes, certainly. Please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Chris Soriano on behalf of Penn Entertainment. With respect to the, first, let me thank the Commission for meeting with us today and for taking up this important matter. And I'd like to thank Councilor Mercer for a thorough summary and the IUB for a very thorough report and presentation. With respect to the purchase agreement, the sale and purchase agreement of Barstool to Mr. Portnoy, there are high-level facts regarding that agreement that have been publicly reported, namely the consideration paid and the fact that there are certain covenants that are in place. There are certain specific portions of the agreement that are discussed in the IEB report that, to the extent there is any detailed discussion regarding those specific provisions, I would respectfully request that the Commission hear that update and consider any questions to be conducted in executive session, in as much as that is an ongoing agreement that affects Penn's business operations, the disclosure of which I would argue would be proprietary information and competitively sensitive. And so I would respectfully request that, to the extent there is any detail regarding the matter of that agreement, that it be considered in executive session.
Commissioners, Questions, we'll also turn to General Counsel Grossman for his advice as to what the appropriateness of shifting to an executive session under the provisions that are provided for in the agenda. First off, commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Soriano now or Councilor Mercer? Commissioner O'Brien.
I have some, but I think the appropriate vehicle may be to hear from Mr. Soriano about how much of it is for public discourse and how much of it is for executive session.
Yeah, sure, Commissioner. I'd be happy to. And good morning, Commissioner O'Brien. Turning to the IEB's report, I think that may be the best way for us to look at this. I would suggest that beginning in the penultimate paragraph on page 13 with the word however, and continuing through the middle of page 15, ending with the words Exhibit 14, Section 5.19, that the subject matter contained in that page and a half or so is appropriate for an executive session.
Sorry, could you give me the opening paragraph, the beginning again? Starts
Yeah.
where?
Yeah,
I'll
certainly,
need-
Commissioner. Page
I'll need those
13.
parameters again too, please, Chris. Sorry.
Happy to do so. Page 13, the next to last paragraph, beginning with the word however the agreement.
Oh, the middle of the paragraph.
Yes.
Got it.
And concluding on paragraph 15, at the conclusion of the next to last paragraph, where there's a citation to Exhibit 14, Section 5.19B.
So one follow-up question I think is safe to ask you in this environment. The representations that have been made alleging that Penn was denied licenses because of the relationship with Barstool, and it was indicated that that was not in fact the case, and that we were given a list as of May 30th, 2023. I just was looking to confirm for today's date that that's the same answer as of today as it was in May of 23.
Correct, Commissioner O'Brien. I'm happy to make that representation. Penn has not been denied any licenses.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know if Zach or Mr. Soriano can answer this for me, but what exactly is the responsibilities of head of social?
Well, I certain a Penn in regard to social media or
The title, no, Mr. and
head of
forgive
social,
me
I'm
if I'm
sorry.
pronouncing the name, Mr. Golzinski.
Yes.
Is deemed head of social. I was just curious if you could, I'm not familiar with what that is exactly.
Commissioner O'Brien, I'll take that if that's
Yep.
okay. Is that Mr. Mercer? If that's okay, I'll take that.
That's totally fine. Thank you.
As I understand it, Commissioner O'Brien, that's a job title, essentially head of social being the head of oversight of social media, the person who is in charge of the company's social media and social media outreach. So social being a short there for social media.
Social, all things social media.
Correct.
I do have some other questions, Madam Chair, but I don't know what the posture is today in terms of whether we go into executive session to hear Mr. Soriano's arguments about so much of it should be that, or whether I know it's not on for a vote today, so I don't know what the posture is in terms of how the commission feels about doing that today.
And if I may, Commissioner O'Brien, I would appreciate the same clarification from the commission as the commission's view as to as to where this matter proceeds at this point in time. I'm of course happy to answer any questions that the commission has in any forum. That said, I know this matter is on essentially as an update. We then have a presentation following this on the rebrand, and then following that is a discussion regarding next steps or amendments to an application. And so I would just, I'm with you in that I would, perhaps it would make sense for us to come to an understanding of what our procedural posture is and then determine the best way to handle it.
Right. So, I mean, I can go first, Madam Chair, in terms of, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the document again at the top of my box. I have the passwords, but those are to the other documents, and so I'm just struggling a little bit to get back into my document. So bear with me. So General Counsel Grossman, first off, in terms of the appropriateness of going into executive session on these issues as presented by Mr. Soriano, I know that you wanted to hear today to be able to advise us on that. So for first step.
I'm certainly happy to talk about that. I know Caitlin and I have discussed this, and I'd like to invite her to jump in as well. I think the most important thing, and Caitlin, you can jump in 1 second. I was just going to say is to identify exactly what we would like to talk about. I think it is the idea of talking about the stock purchase agreement is on the table at the moment, and certain provisions of that. And if that's what we're talking about, as discussed in the IEB's report, then we can go from there. So Caitlin, if you want to kind of take that, we can address the appropriateness of going into executive session to talk about this issue.
Absolutely. So, as Todd said, we'll want to be as specific as possible about what we're talking about in executive session. Mr. Soriano has identified specific paragraphs of the IEB's report that he believes would fall under the exception that is in Chapter 23 and Section 6I. And I'll just read that back to you so that you have it at top of mind when you make a decision. And that's that applications for operator licenses shall be public records under Section 10 of Chapter 66. Provided, however, that trade secrets, competitively sensitive, or other proprietary information provided in the course of an application for an operator license under this chapter, the disclosure of which would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage, may be withheld from disclosure under said Section 10 of Chapter 66. So I think here there are a couple different things at play. One is that Mr. Soriano believes that the information presented in those paragraphs is in that agreement or trade secrets, competitively sensitive, or other proprietary information. He has represented that that information is proprietary and that it has not been released to the public. So I think it is captured under that provision of this exception. And it was also provided in the course of an application for an operator license, because this report is a direct result of conditions on the license and the ongoing licensing procedure. Because PSI has a temp license right now and is still going through their full suitability. So to the extent that the commission agrees that the information is a trade secret, competitively sensitive, or proprietary, and that it would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage to have it released, it may vote to go into executive session for these materials or topics. Any questions?
Commissioners?
So if the question is, if obviously deference is given to the request, but if the question is, let me hear the arguments as to why much, because it would seem like Exhibit 14 also goes in that, not just the portions of the report Mr. Soriano identified, but Exhibit 14 itself. The discussion of how much of that would have to stay in executive session, it's appropriate to start an executive session on that. Fair to say?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. We could go into executive session, have that discussion, and to the extent it's decided that anything should actually be in the public session, we can just come right back in after and have that conversation publicly.
Questions, commissioners, for your fellow commissioner, Commissioner O'Brien, if you want to follow up with any of her questions, or Councillor Monahan. Commissioners, Commissioner Maynard, thoughts?
I just don't like going in and out of executive session. If we can be as broad as we possibly can going into it, I think that would be helpful. Just my only thought.
Commissioner Hill?
Well, precedent has already been set that, Commissioner Maynard, we have done this on many occasions where we've gone in and figured out that we need to come back out. So I have no problem with that process.
Okay, Mr. Soriano, then I'll go to Commissioner Skinner.
If I may, Madam Chair, I want to make a suggestion. And I think Commissioner O'Brien, perhaps our procedural question may still be on the table. That said, Madam Chair, given that this is on for an update, as is our next matter, and then that's marked up for potential for an executive session as well, might it make sense to continue this discussion, do our presentation on the rebrand, and then see if there are any matters relating to either that need to be handled in executive session, and then do executive session all at once?
I'll turn to Attorney Mercer and Councillor Hall.
Chair, sorry, Zach, I will defer to the commission on that in terms of the flow. It is possible that there could be questions that connect to both of these issues that are set out on the agenda that the commission may wish to discuss in executive session. I know that Mr. Soriano is planning to present a deck, which is public, with respect to the PEN and ESPN relationship. So, I think we could go in now with respect to the PSI PEN Barstool contract, come back out, have that open session presentation, or we could do it the way that was just proposed. I will defer to the commission on that.
Well, my thinking is that the issue in front of us right now is distinct and separate. I understand there could be some overlap. What do you think, commissioners? I have no problem going in and out.
Yeah, there is a duality to it. There's some discrete on this topic, but then to Mr. Soriano's point, because of the change in August, there's now an interplay between the move to ESPN and the status. So
right. So in terms of the timeline, I agree with you. Yeah. In terms of the timeline, I absolutely agree with you, Commissioner O'Brien. In terms of going in and out, Commissioner Maynard, I understand your point, but I do feel that we have a very good record of being very transparent and committed to ensuring that what we do in any executive session is limited to what we are permitted to do. So I'm comfortable if we have to bounce in and we have to bounce out. It's not as efficient as we like for the public's interest, but because they have to sort of hang around. But Commissioner Maynard, am I missing
Madam Chair,
something?
I want to make sure that we protect everybody involved, both the public and the licensees. And when they assert something like this and we have to go in and out, it's me that I worry about and us, not them, right? And so I want to make sure that we're not putting anything out into the to the public that shouldn't be there, and I want to make sure that the public hears what they should hear.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So it's more of a procedural thing than it is substantive. I 100% agree that as much should be public.
Oh yeah, but I think we can manage it well, and that we're committed to it. But it is not ideal. I agree with you. All right. So, do we want to take? It's up to us, according to Councillor Hall, as to whether we would like to take Mr. Soriano's recommendation to allow them to go forward. I would assume go forward to the extent you can go forward on the Barstool arrangement, and then move into the presentation on ESPN, and then we would go into executive session to the extent it's appropriate, and we so vote. Commissioners, are you inclined to go that route? I think I saw Commissioner Maynard going, okay. Commissioner O'Brien, you're good. Commissioner Hill? All right. Commissioner Skinner, now, I didn't get a chance to swing back to you, Commissioner Skinner.
I'm good.
All around, any questions you have in between?
And not just yet. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, then it's, I'll turn back to you, Zach. You paused to allow for Mr. Soriano.
Certainly, and I do believe I just briefly, I think prior to from Mr. Soriano's cited portions of the report, I think that the conclusory paragraph would be the remainder of the IB's presentation outside of the executive session. So essentially, that following the divestiture, Mr. Portnoy has publicly asserted his control over Barstool. This involves statements to the difficulty that he and Barstool had operating in a regulated environment. And additionally, his displeasure with regulators. In his initial public statement following the sale, he made reference to Penn having licenses denied because of him, which is obviously just addressed by Commissioner O'Brien's question with Mr. Soriano. We received no information that that is the case. But otherwise, would be open to questions in the bulk session and then obviously presentation in the executive session.
So before we turn to Mr. Soriano, any questions for Zach at this juncture? Very good report.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning again, Chris.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Happy to answer any questions that the commission may have with respect to that matter, or we can proceed with our affirmative presentation on the ESPN rebranding.
Any questions at this stage? We may circle back. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may introduce our Senior Director of Compliance for Penn and Sports Interactive, Adam Cates. He will be making the presentation with me today and also sharing the slides. I hope they've popped up. Can everyone see the slides?
We can.
Okay, thank you. And we did submit a copy of the final deck earlier this morning, so that the commission has it for the record. Adam, can you hear us?
I can. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Thank you,
Hi.
Mr.
Good
Cates.
morning, everybody. Thank you for having us today. Okay, Chris, over to you.
Thank you. So we're very excited today, Madam Chair and Commissioners, to summarize and provide some more insight into our well-reported transaction with ESPN, whereby we're entering into an exclusive partnership pursuant to which we will be rebranding the Barstool Sportsbook to ESPN Bet. As previously mentioned in the IEB's report and as previously discussed, we are looking to complete that rebrand next month in November and are working as expeditiously as possible to do so. Importantly, there will be no changes to Penn Interactive's or Penn's ownership structure or management as a result of this transaction. In that we remain the owner and operator of the sportsbook. ESPN's role as a branding and marketing partner, again, unconnected to the role of operations of the sportsbook. As we discussed and as the IEB reported, effective as of August 28th, we sold 100% of Barstool Sports back to its founder, Mr. Portnoy. And once the rebranding is complete, we will no longer have any connection between Penn and Barstool Sportsbook. In the meantime, as we go through this period of transition, which we discussed, Barstool Sports is not actively marketing the Barstool Sportsbook. With respect to our internal documentation, such as our house rules, terms and conditions, and internal controls, we will submit revisions and work with the staff on those revisions in that name changes need to be made in all of those documents. We will need to be removing references to the Barstool Sportsbook from the documents that apply to the online sports wagering product. As the commission may recall, at an earlier meeting last month, we submitted those same changes with respect to PPC's retail sportsbook to update the nomenclature and remove Barstool Sportsbook from the documentation. We'll be doing the same thing with respect to the Category 3 PSI operation. One of the things that's going to be very important to us as we go through this exciting transition is to make sure that we are appropriately staffed and appropriately scaled from both a staffing perspective and a technology perspective. So anticipating that we will be seeing an increase in volume, we've begun our efforts to scale up our staffing levels, such as customer support, AML, fraud, and responsible gaming. We're taking a very close look, and in future quarterly reports, we'll be back to the commission with information as to how that project has been going in terms of scaling up our staff. But again, we anticipate scaling up our staff as a result of this, as we expect to have additional volume and need to be handling that. Similarly, our technical teams are at work on scaling up the existing server infrastructure to make sure that we can support the expected increase in traffic that we will be seeing. With that, I'll turn it over to Adam to give a little bit more detail on exactly what is not changing from a technical perspective.
Yes, thank you, Chris. So going into the rebrand specifically, it is purely a cosmetic branding update only. There will be no changes to our technology whatsoever. The newly branded ESPN website and app will operate on the same in-house technology stack that we've developed internally, and it currently operates in the Commonwealth. This is not a data migration or a technology change of any kind. This technology has already been GLI certified and lab tested, and has also undergone rigorous testing and approval processes in all of Penn Interactive's 17 operating jurisdictions. Reskinning the website and the app to ESPN Bet will not impact or change the underlying technology or the operations of Penn Interactive, other than, as Chris mentioned, scaling up our infrastructure to ensure that our hardware can support the increase in traffic, as well as our scaling up of personnel internally to make sure that we have enough bodies to meet the demand and the increase in volume that we're expecting. In terms of the marketing of ESPN Bet, so pursuant to our commercial agreement between Penn and ESPN, ESPN will promote ESPN Bet through a comprehensive mix of content, editorial, and digital integrations, talent promotion, as well as traditional media inventory and sponsorships across their suite of linear and digital assets. In addition, Penn will also support ESPN with advertising through our traditional media channels, such as television, radio, out-of-home, digital, and social. I want to reiterate that all of our marketing will fully comply with the American Gaming Association's marketing code for sports wagering, which includes guidelines relating to college campus on-site marketing, as well as predominantly marketing to individuals over the age of 21. As Chris and I alluded to, our internal operations remain the same. Our marketing compliance team remains fully intact, and we will ensure that all of ESPN Bet's marketing is aligned with MGC regulations, including game sense requirements, as well as the recently enacted guidelines towards in-stadium branding. Our operations on the compliance side remain the same. My team will still be continuing to ensure that all of our marketing in the Commonwealth satisfies all regulations and requirements, even with the new ESPN brand. I think that sort of rolls into responsible gaming being top of mind as well. So Penn Interactive continues to further develop and enhance its RG program, which now includes limits that go above and beyond regulatory requirements. On my last quarterly update meeting with the commissioners, I talked about loss limits, which just serves as an example of one of the things that we've developed internally to go above and beyond the regulatory requirements. And we're looking forward to continuing this pattern as well and introducing new RG features for our patrons in the Commonwealth. RG is also top of mind for ESPN and its online sports betting market strategy, which will work in concert with Penn Entertainment's comprehensive RG programming. Our Penn Interactive responsible gaming marketing strategy is also shifting to aim to destigmatize responsible gaming messaging and to incorporate the core pillars of RG into everyday behavior and activity, using language and techniques that patrons are already familiar with in other aspects of their lives, such as budgeting. We do so because we believe that targeted messaging on the importance of RG tools and strategies for all players, not just those who may be suffering from gambling issues, will lead to an increased and more impactful RG engagement overall. And as our relationship with ESPN grows, we will have additional access to ESPN's audience and their broad platform, which will allow us to expand on this strategy to reach a broader audience with its RG messaging. Again, introducing RG language into everyday life is something that we are looking forward towards developing to ensure that it becomes a part of everyone's strategy. And again, is not stigmatized or maybe reserved for people who think they may be suffering from any issues. Chris, that brings us to an end of our deck. Not sure if you wanted to add anything else that we haven't covered, or if the commissioners or Madam Chair have any questions, happy to answer them.
No, thank you, Adam. And in conclusion, again, we at Penn are very, very excited about this opportunity that it brings to us, the opportunity to partner with ESPN and bring that to customers in the Commonwealth. We continue to engage in a healthy dialogue with staff. I see Director Band is on. We always appreciate being able to work with him as we work through some of the details of some of which we'll be submitting, that which we've already been discussing. So I know we'll be back to the commission. I think there may be some procedural steps that we'll need to work through as we rebrand, but we certainly appreciate the opportunity to give the commission this update Again, we're thrilled at the opportunity to be moving forward in this direction, and we're happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Okay, thank you. If you, commissioners, if you have any questions on the deck, we'll keep the deck up. Otherwise, we'll bring the deck down so we can see each other. Questions, commissioners, on the deck? I can't see you, so you'll have to speak up. All set? All right, sounds like we're all set. Okay, questions now for Mr. Soriano, and thank you, Mr. Cates. So I understand that it's position that the reskinning doesn't require any further action. I'm just going to turn to Director Band. Is that your agreement, or is there an internal control or issue? You're on mute, Bruce. I see you nodding your head.
Nothing on the issue.
Yeah, so you're all set. Good, thank you.
And Chair, I would just note that we do have Chief O'Brien here as well, if the commissioners have any questions with respect to, that aspect of things in terms of the licensing.
Any questions for Kara? All right. So in order to get the fulsome report, there's information that I think would be shared in an executive session. Is that still the case, Mr. Soriano?
Again, Madam Chair, I stand by my earlier request that if procedurally we believe that further exploring the report is appropriate at this time, then those portions of the report that I requested be discussed in executive session would be appropriately discussed in executive session.
Okay, given the timeline of these transactions, commissioners, do you want to continue to discuss those portions that at this juncture we understand is would be appropriate for executive session? Or are you satisfied with the report as is? And commissioners, I do need some input. Thank you.
I do have some questions with that today, or whether we're saying procedurally we're coming back to do that once we know where we're going to go with this. But
Commissioner O'Brien, I just missed the very first part. I'm not sure. It's probably my
yeah, sure. So I do have some questions that would fall within this section and then the exhibit. The procedural posture of it is my point. Is they're absolutely right for executive session. The question is, do we do that today, or given when we got the report and that this was a status update, are we doing this today, or are we setting this up for a fulsome meeting in the very near future? And I can go either way.
Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I see Mr. Soriano has a question.
Go right ahead, Mr. Soriano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner O'Brien, to your point regarding, what at what meeting, at what point, one of the topics that I think is outstanding at this time is, there's several, but one that is I think most ripe or is becoming ripe soon would be the question of advancing advancing our application for a durable finding of suitability with respect to the Category 1 sports wagering license at PBC. The commission may recall that matter, a temporary finding of suitability was issued with respect to PBC, and that's reflected in the report. I would think that a reasonable future procedural step then would be, if the IEB has completed its investigation, the commission may wish to seek some further information from either us or the IEB, but that an appropriate next step may be to consider marking up in whatever procedural mechanism we need to do so, marking up essentially the continuation of that matter and proceeding to a disposition of an application for a permanent Category 1 license. And that may be an appropriate procedural context, given the relevance of the IEB's report to that question. That may be an appropriate procedural context in which to consider it, and the commission could then proceed to a vote. We would obviously make a presentation in open session. We would then consider, again, advancing some of these matters in an executive session at that time, similar to how the initial licensing hearings proceeded, given the relationship to suitability. And I would suggest that that may be one way the commission may want to consider proceeding, which is to ultimately mark up PPC's application to continue at this point in time.
So if I could just interject on, so you're really delving into D on our agenda today. I'm going to turn to Councilor Grossman. My thought would be that we wouldn't necessarily mark it up, but we would get something from the licensee that would be a request of some sort that would frame out the matter. But maybe our regulation doesn't speak to this. So, Councilor Grossman.
Yeah, I think that the way Mr. Soriano framed it does make a lot of sense. I would just add to that
Wait, just 1 minute. I'm asking, he's framing that we would mark it up, and I'm asking, do we need something from them before we set our agenda? And I wondered if the reg spoke to that. Thanks.
I can't think of any specific provision of the regs that talk about this. We would have to take a look at the procedures to make
The
sure.
application, Caitlin, the application reg, is there something that addresses this?
Well, I do think that this is where actually that topic D will come in handy, because the regs don't specifically address this particular situation where you have what is functionally sort of a vendor switching in and out while you're in the temp posture, then potentially going to the full posture. But there are some decisions the commission can make based on the information they're receiving today about what information they would like to receive from PSI, what steps PSI is going to propose to take going forward, and then a path can be made to move forward, I think.
Okay.
Sorry if that was.
Well, I guess I'm still just wondering if and I'm sure, Chris, you're appreciating where I'm coming from. Do we initiate something, or do you initiate something? And so help me out. What are you thinking?
I think, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that we're trying to work through this together.
Yes.
I recognize it, that we're in a situation that I think is just has not been contemplated. And so, and I think that's Commissioner O'Brien and I keep coming back to the where are we procedurally, and I think that's where you are as well, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
We could certainly, if appropriate, and I'll speak with I could speak with Executive Director Gersman, Interim Executive Director Gersman, and Councilor Monahan about this, to submit a request to the Commission that the temporary PPC Category 1 license that PPC holds be brought before the Commission for consideration of the issuance of a durable finding of suitability. And maybe that's a letter with exhibits of what we believe has changed and why we believe that that the matter is ripe at this time. I'm sure the IEB would want to take a look at that request and determine whether any further presentation of the Commission would be appropriate, and then when ready, the Commission could call it forward. We'd be happy. We can get the ball rolling with a formal request to the Commission for that, if that makes sense.
Well, I certainly feel that that's probably more appropriate than us going ahead and marking it up without anything triggering it. This discussion is helpful, but I'm not sure it triggers something for us to put on the agenda. Commissioner O'Brien, what are you thinking?
No, so there's also what if any questions or requests may come out of executive session today, or a follow-up on the status that was presented to us today. And then, to your point, they may be in a posture to come to us and make the argument that they should have a durable and at a certain time, or that sort of thing. And then we can take up whether and when to mark up the durable. But I think they're separate but intertwined at the same time.
I agree with that. And I wonder, the application included so much of your branding tactics that probably we'd want some amendments to the application. But again, I'm not sure if our we may not have been as detailed on our regulation as I would have liked. Again, not anticipating this. It is a vendor. A question that's dealing with both the qualification issue, temporary license issue, a request for it is not uncomplicated. So as I'm processing through my mind all the issues that would be checked off. So I do think we'll probably want after our two, if we have our executive sessions, to circle back to D. And this is something our team can be thinking about as we proceed today. It may mean that we have to come back even on what we would like to see to be really prepared for that that action that you're seeking, Chris. Commissioners, help me out. Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner. What are you thinking, Commissioner Skinner?
Well, for one, I do agree that this is not uncomplicated. I'm sitting here and I recognize that we have the matter of the application to deal with, assuming we can work out how that should be done procedurally. But I do have questions about not necessarily IEB's report, but some of the facts that have been reported within that report. And so I guess is now the time to try to get those questions answered. I think some of us are kind of holding off, or I am at least, until after the executive session, if that's the vote that the commission takes. But I do have some general questions, particularly about continued use of the Barstool Sportsbook branding, even though Penn has divested itself of the company. So I just need some of those questions answered and kind of worked out. And I think that is an appropriate discussion for public consumption.
I think that we should address those questions that are pertinent now, that have been raised now before we go into executive session, because if in fact they were addressed in public, we would need to address them in public anyway. So I think this might be the right time. You may learn something more that actually, results in either a question that remains in executive session or we bring it back in. But I would say this is the right form. Commissioner, I see Commissioner Maynard may be agreeing with me. Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Hill. So on that point, can I just hold for your question, Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Maynard? Were you thinking anything else on the process that ultimately will come back to D on to help out Penn Entertainment in their procedural requests? Okay, so why don't we turn to you then, Commissioner Skinner, if you have questions that actually may be very helpful to generate the outstanding questions that other commissioners may have. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And I was kind of struggling with, whether I should ask the question now or whether we could all benefit from the executive session discussion first. But I think I'm going to jump right in.
I appreciate that.
Good morning, Mr. Soriano.
Morning, Commissioner Skinner.
So I think I alluded to my question. What is the plan, the short-term plan? I know that there has been reported the desire or the intent, I'll say, for Penn to completely cease the Barstool Sportsbook branding Q4 of 2023. I've seen it also in another location referenced as November. It's October 2nd. I don't think that I've seen a date certain, and I'm wondering what it would take to completely cease that part of the relationship with Barstool Sportsbook, particularly given the fact that the college football show has resumed, and your platform, the PSI platform has not been reskinned. The website, as I look at it now for Penn Interactive, it's concerning because front and center, it references Barstool Sportsbook. The Barstool Sports logo is plastered all over the website, and it actually makes a reference. I'll read it to you. Bet behind Dave Portnoy and Big Cat, check. So it would seem to me that there are some immediate steps that Penn could take to separate itself in this space from, you know, the Barstool Sportsbook, to be consistent with the agreement that was announced on August 8th. So if you could just speak generally to what Penn's plans are there, I think that would be a good start.
Sure, I'm happy to, Commissioner. Thanks for the question. The goal remains to have the transition completed again in November. I think we will be back to the commission as soon as we're able with a date certain by which we will do that. But everyone is working as aggressively as we possibly can to get this done as quickly as we possibly can. One of the important things about it is we get one chance to do it and have it look right and have it be the way we want it to be. So we want to make sure we're taking that time to get the look right and to make sure that everything is squared away from a branding perspective. But needless to say, given where we are, we would like to get this done as quickly as we possibly can. And I can assure you that that is something that everyone is working towards. And as soon as we have a date certain, we will be back with the commission. In terms of where we are right now, again, I recognize that the name is still is a name that we're still licensing during this transition period. We had used the name up until up until now, and so we wanted to make the transition from one to the other seamless. And so, in an effort to move as quickly as possible, we'll still use the name, but just until again we're able to transition out of it. The Barstool Media, as you know, as discussed in the IEB's report, and as we mentioned in our affirmative presentation, Barstool is no longer actively marketing the Barstool Sportsbook. So I think that is an important step that we've taken to demonstrate the gap between us and that the fact that we're in transition. It has been very well reported, both in the sports wagering space and otherwise, that this transition is in place. And so I will take a look, Commissioner, at the specific reference that you mentioned on the website and see that in its context in terms of names being used and whether that's something we adjust. I have not seen that, so that's something we'll take I'll make sure we take a quick look at to make sure that see if there's anything we can do there. But I think we're working as expeditiously as we can. We're being very transparent, both with the public and with our regulators, that we are moving as quickly as we can to conclude this separation. We did it promptly with respect to PPC, and we're continuing to try to do so with respect to the online sportsbook again as rapidly as possible, recognizing that there are some requirements behind the scenes that need to be met in order to have the app look good. Adam, do you have anything you want to add in terms of what's going on behind the scenes on the rebranding?
I would say, aside from the technology, Chris, I mean, as we mentioned before, adequately staffing, making sure that our headcount and our employees are in the right place that they need to be to address the volume. So we are using this time to actively hire as aggressively as we can in the areas of operational that are dependent on operational volume.
So thank you. I appreciate that representation, Mr. Soriano and Mr. Cates. The problem that I have and the concern that I have is that continued utilization of that branding creates confusion among the public, among bettors. It would seem to be, not it would seem, it actually is just an inherent, it's inherently counter to the positions that this commission took when we initially took up the preliminary application for a Category 3 license for PSI. In that, one of the things that was requested, and one of the things that Penn agreed to was, to ensure that there was not a continuation of this college football show. And I understand that the relationship with Barstool is different today than it was then, but it still generates in my mind a lot of confusion. And I'm not sure how to square that away with the work that we have ahead of us relative to the durable suitability review. And so, I'll join the bandwagon with trying to make sense of how we are to proceed procedurally. But I will say that I'm concerned about this interim period where Penn is still utilizing that Barstool brand on its sportsbook platform.
I understand the concern, Commissioner. I would just say that, again, it remains that it's us who's operating. It's PSI, obviously, who is the operator. Again, I think we have done a lot to communicate to the public, to regulators. These conversations have been going on for a while now. I think it's very well known that this transition is taking place. And I recognize that there's a necessity for this period to be there, which we would, again, like to work through as quickly as we possibly can. I think it's a workable, in our view, it's workable for the time being for us to accomplish this transition effectively. And then the moment that we're ready to do so, and for us to have to just move on with our different branding. That's our commitment, that we will do the best we can to do that, continue to do that as expeditiously as we possibly can.
Commissioner O'Brien, are you leaning in?
I do. I have a follow-up question to the sentiment that Commissioner Skinner expressed, but I think there might be some interplay with Exhibit 14. And so I think I should hold the question until executive session, but it dovetails with the concerns that were raised by Commissioner Skinner just now.
Any other follow-up that's appropriate for the public sphere right now, or another question that relates to our earlier public presentation? No?
At this time, no.
Okay. So commissioners, it seems to me that probably makes sense for us to consider moving in executive session, and I guess it would be with respect to both items on the agenda, items B and C of item number 5. Is that right, Todd?
Certainly, as it pertains to the Barstool piece, I think we want to be clear exactly what we would be discussing relative to the ESPN piece, but otherwise they're similar.
Mr. Soriano, do you want to remind us of that, please?
I would, Madam Chair, I left open the opportunity. I wanted to just leave open for us the opportunity in the event that any questions came up that were related to any trade secrets of the ESPN transaction. I don't have a specific request as to any questions that we answered with respect to ESPN, that we continue any of that discussion in executive session. So at this time, my request for a discussion in executive session would be limited to the items contained on pages 13 and 15 in the IEB report and specific paragraphs that we discussed.
That we have not discussed in public.
That's correct.
So those are relevant to the ESPN.
They are, although I think, Madam Chair, that relates more those paragraph relates more to the Barstool
Right,
divestiture.
and I again don't have the document in front of me,
Yeah.
so I'm struggling a little bit to guess what I've read in the past, so.
Those specific paragraphs relate to the Barstool divestiture.
Right, but I guess to our earlier point, Commissioner O'Brien's point, is that there's overlap. Do we anticipate that there are going to be questions around the ESPN deal? Commissioners, that's relevant, that we're going to want to ask questions. That might come within Caitlin's analysis with respect to either being proprietary or competitively sensitive. Is there anything that you might be thinking you'll be asking about the ESPN deal? If not, that's okay. We can always just defer to another meeting or go back into executive session.
So
Commissioner O'Brien.
I may have one in terms of, and I don't know how to phrase it such that I wouldn't even be violative of wanting to be in executive session, but it pertains to the branding and the current shows that are available relative to sports wagering and how that will act going forward once ESPN Bet becomes the DBA for Penn. And I don't know how to say it any more specifically than that without maybe going too far.
Mr. Soriano.
Todd,
Is
if you can tell me
Mr.
that's.
Sor- Yeah, exploring that vein of questioning, which I think that we could have anticipated. Is that something that is an area of exploration that can be done in public without concern for Penn Entertainment?
I think at a high level, without anticipating Commissioner O'Brien's questions too much, I could say that a lot of those issues remain under review and discussion, and we can provide a further update to the commission. That said, I think if we're going to get into any specific shows or any specific items related to that, it probably, given where we are in the procedural process, it probably would be best suited for executive session.
So given that answer, I'm wondering if maybe, because I feel like we're understanding each other speaking this language, that maybe an update to the commission in that vein, where you can sort of clearly control what you think is protected or privileged or sensitive or not, but giving us a heads up on where that stands, that would be helpful to me. So maybe not executive session today, unless you feel like you need more clarity from a specific question from me.
Commissioner O'Brien, I think we're on the same page on this, which is, if we did this at a future, we could provide an update at a future meeting, which I think we may have to be back for our certificate of operation or any other changes. And so we may roll a further update up into a future meeting, and then I can affirmatively present and then flag any items that may be appropriate for executive session at that time.
Okay, that's fine. That works for me.
Okay. All right, so then we'll explore with respect to item 5B, the option of going into an executive session. As you know, I must read the open meeting law language into the record, but the commission anticipates that it may meet in executive session in conjunction with its review of the Penn Sports Interactive LLC application and its partnership with Barstool Sports in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and GL Chapter 23N, Section 6I, to consider information submitted by the applicant in the course of its application for an operator license that is a trade secret, competitively sensitive, or proprietary, in which, if disclosed publicly, would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage. And in this case, the public session of the commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session. We'll have a screen that keeps the public informed of that should we move to go into executive session. With that, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission go into executive session on the matters and for the reasons just stated on the record by the chair.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. So we'll get transported to a virtual room, or do we have a separate link, Grace?
We'll be using breakout rooms for this executive session, so you should have a notice from Dave.
Excellent.
I
do.
just opened the room.
Thank you.
And if there's anybody else that needs to be added that has not been added or has not received a notification saying that they are able to enter the executive session link, please feel free to let me know either in the chat or just out loud here, and I can move you over.
David, if you don't mind, I'd like to be included in that session as well.
Sounds good, Adam. Just add again.
Dave, could you move me over, please?
All set, Bruce.
Okay, David, you can take down the screen, please. Mills, thank you so much.
Well, that I just closed the breakout room as well, so anybody left in there will be added back in about 60 seconds or so.
Okay, I think I've got all my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner. Okay, this is a reconvening. Screen, please. Mills, thank you so much.
Well, that I just closed the breakout room as well, so anybody left in there.
Yeah, I was getting an echo. Just a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission to the public. Thank you for your patience. We had an executive session that has concluded. We're holding this meeting virtually. I'll do a quick roll call. Commissioner O'Brien.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Skinner.
I'm here.
And Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
Okay, so we just want to thank our guests from Penn Entertainment, Chris Ariano and Adam Cates, for your helpful input and explanations. We had a productive executive session and really at this point in time feel that we can conclude item number 5. So I want to just again thank you, Chris, thank you, Adam, and excuse you from any ongoing responsibilities today, and we look forward to the next update. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. We'll speak soon.
Okay, and before we break for lunch, Commissioners, we have been given an update from our racing group and Dr. Lightbound and Director O'Toole that we need to just turn to item number 10 because of a scheduling challenge. So good afternoon, Steve. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. As a matter of fact, I had an appointment this morning and I'm on to the next chapter of recovery. So another 3 months of working it out, and hopefully that'll be the end of it.
Good. Well, keep up with that. That's so important.
Thank you.
All right. So you're going to, I understand you're going to be out of commission for us. So let's move right to item number 10, Dr. Lightbound. If you want to do the introduction, I know we've got Chad. Good afternoon, Chad.
Good afternoon. So,
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Alex.
We'll turn to Dr. Lightbound first, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking us out of order today. We do have Sire 6 later on, and Steve's going to be heavily involved in that due to an unforeseen circumstance. And now I'll turn it over to Chad Bork, and as you know, we do have Steve here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. So today we have 3 requests for the Harness Capital Improvement Trust. And one of them will be a request for consideration, and the other 2 will be requests for reimbursements. So how this works is each month funds are deposited into the trust that a licensee can use to repair, maintain, or improve the property where racing activities are conducted. Distributions are made upon the commissioner's approval of the license request for consideration, then followed by the request for reimbursement. So as Alex mentioned, the first one we'll start with is the request for consideration. This is a request to revive an additional consideration that was approved by the commission on January 12th of this year. They are asking for an additional $12,500 to be added to the original $95,000 for funds to also be used, the additional funds to be used for the expansion and renovation of the horse paddock and barn building. I did review the requests and all the documentation in the commissioner's packet. It is in good order, and I recommend approval, but we'll pause there for any questions or vote.
Thank you, Chad. And I know that Steve, you're also available for, do you wish to make any comments or answer any questions?
Just the only comment that I would make is that the additional request is for plumbing design that we didn't see would be necessary in the original request. So for permit drawings for that, for the renovation, we needed to have stamped drawings, plumbing. So that's the reason that we had to come back and get a plumbing design that would be approved by the town for the permit. So that's why I'm asking for the additional monies for that.
Okay, questions, Commissioner Hill? Are you ready to move?
That was actually my question, is I wanted to know exactly why we were asking for the additional money, but that was a great explanation. And Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the Plain Ridge Park Casino Capital Improvement Trust Fund request for an additional $12,500 for funding for renovation expansion of the horse paddock and barn building as included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion? Commissioner Maynard, do you have a question? No? Okay.
Getting ready to vote.
Getting ready to vote. Okay, thank you. Very clear and understandable. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So 5-0. Moving on then to item 10B. Chad, I guess, right? Dr. Lightbound, all set? Thank you, Chad.
Okay, and before we do move on to the request for reimbursements, I just wanted to address a question that I believe it was Commissioner O'Brien raised about the eligibility of certain items like taxes and fees. So I did speak with Todd, and it does state that any items connected to a project or the purchase of a hard asset, and if the licensee treats those as capital expenditures, then it is eligible for reimbursement. So I don't know if I should pause there, if maybe anyone else has a question with that, or should I move on?
No, I think that might be Commissioner Skinner's question.
Oh, my apologies.
I'm fine. No, it's fine.
Sorry.
I don't have any follow-up on it. No, it's fine.
Okay. All right. So the second request is, again, for the request for reimbursement in the amount of $81,706 for the purchase of a tractor. These funds were approved in consideration on October 13th of 2022. I do want to note that there is on the consideration, the amount of tax was not included. However, the final amount asking for approval for the $81,706 is inclusive of taxes. And Steve and I have talked, and going forward, we are going to ensure that the request for consideration and request for reimbursement match up and include any taxes or fees. So, but I also reviewed the request and documentation included in your packet, and I consider it in good order, and also can recommend approval.
I just want to confirm the amount, right? It's for the 81,706 amount. Is that right?
That is correct. That's the final amount being asked to approve.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Did you see the picture of the tractor?
I want one.
I know, right? I think that Steve might be actually in the racing truck today, and I'm having a little envy about that. All right, commissioners, are you prepared to move?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the Commission approve the Plain Ridge Park Casino Capital Improvement Trust Fund request for reimbursement in the amount of $81,706 for the purchase of a tractor as included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner O'Brien. All right, any discussion, edits? All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, so 5-0. Thank you and excellent work. And then we have item C. Tote board.
Yes, this item is for also a request for reimbursement in the amount of $121,161.99 for the purchase of a new digital tote board. Like the previous item, it should be noted that the RFC approved on October 13th, 2022 was for $99,347.50. Today's RFR includes taxes and construction services included with the project, which brings the final amount requested to, again, $121,161.99. I also reviewed the documentation in the commissioner's packet, and I consider this also to be in good order and can recommend approval.
Any questions? Bristol Construction is a relatively local company. So giving them that business, Steve, good.
They are North Attleboro. They've been doing they do a lot of projects for us. They've been licensed with the commission for quite some time, and they do a great job for us.
Excellent. Okay. Do we have a motion?
Happy to move, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I move that the commission approve the Plain Ridge Park Casino Capital Improvement Trust Fund request for reimbursement in the amount of $121,161.99 for the purchase of a new digital tote board as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any questions or edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. No questions is an indicator that we were perfectly prepared. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you very much.
Just wanted to say also, Steve, from my point too, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm sorry to hear about it.
Oh, thank you. I think I'm on the right track. Let's hope. A lot of therapy.
Well, we certainly expressed we've been expressing our sentiments all along, Steve, so it's really good to see you today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hill.
So just publicly, Commissioner Maynard and I met with Dr. Lightbaum and Steve a couple of weeks back to talk about some horse issues that we had seen at a recent convention that we had been at. Steve, thank you for your time, first and foremost, and you're such a wealth of information. And I would urge my fellow commissioners, if you ever have any questions about harness horse racing, get a meeting with Steve and he can answer them all and then some. But we appreciate your time and all the great information you gave us.
Thank you. Anytime.
Okay. Anything else? I'm gonna let you loose, Steve. So you can go wear your multiple hats.
Thank you.
Dr. Lightbound, thank you so much. And Chad,
Thank you.
Good to see you as always, Chad. Excellent work. And Steve, good luck. Thank you. So at this point in time, I see Grace tuning in. Are you recommending that we move forward with lunch at this time, or in the commissioners? Otherwise, we are going to be going back to see Director Ban, item number 6. Commissioners,
If you
lunch?
wanted to break for lunch, that's okay. I think sports wagering is expecting a lunch break, so.
Okay. Commissioners, are you all set? So it's 10 of 1. Should we do a straight 1/2 hour and return at 1:20? Okay. We'll keep things going. Thanks, Bruce, for your patience. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. I figured out my technical issue, Grace, so a little challenge there. Okay, everyone's back. So this is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We began our work around 10 o'clock, had an executive session, and then took care of some racing details. We're holding this meeting virtually, so I'll do a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we'll get started. And again, thank you to our team members for getting us through some, as I indicated, not so, that they were not uncomplicated matters, and appreciate everybody's efforts. We're going to turn now to item number 6 on our agenda. And it looks as though we are turning to Director Ban and Manager Bolsheman this afternoon. So thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think Crystal has it all lined up here for you. So you can kick it off, Crystal.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Included in your packet are the additional DraftKings branding and logo waiver materials, which were requested on the previous meeting. I think that was the 21st. Related to 205 CMR 256051. The primary consideration for these waivers is for a distinct determination from the Commission as to whether or not master branding will be distinguished separately from sportsbook logos across the board for all operators. And then, as a reminder, the 3 assets they've submitted the waivers for are the green banner, for lack of a better word, I'm calling it a banner, at Fenway Park, the Celtics floor at the TD Garden, and the Sports Zones sign at Gillette. Just a note for the Gillette sign is that they are looking for a permanent waiver there. Pages 44 to 45 of your packet contain the letter to the commissioners regarding whether there should be a distinction and the variance in the DraftKings master logo and the sportsbook brand. Pages 22 to 25 have that updated request with the implementation details and the timeframes as requested for those, the Fenway Park and the Garden branding. And then photos are on page 26 to 28 of those assets that the waivers are for. And pages 29 to 43, they've provided a PDF of the various stadium assets that have already been updated to include the 21-up messaging to demonstrate that they've been actively complying with the regulation in other instances. And just as a note, I do believe David Presswood is he's on the call somewhere if there are specific questions that are better directed toward DraftKings, but I'm here to guide you further, however you want to proceed.
Thank you, Crystal. So commissioners, ultimately there are 3 waivers. I just wanted to point out that I did ask Caitlin, I mentioned this at our agenda setting meeting, to memorialize the analysis that she gave us at our last public meeting, because that analysis helped us in the application of the pertinent regulation. And in particular, it's to really understand what related to means. And I might have been singular, not really understanding how to apply that analysis fairly and without ambiguity. So Caitlin did memorialize it in writing, and that was very helpful for me. It added clarity. I am still struggling with the regulation in terms of, I think, DraftKings request that applies to their master logo to ensure that we all understand what the analysis is and make sure that we're applying it without ambiguity, for fairness factors, and also just to make sure we've got everything properly in place as we move forward in the application of this regulation. So I thought I would turn to Caitlin, and Caitlin, maybe you pause to remind us of the actions we took at the last public meeting, and then if you wouldn't mind going over the guidance that you've given so that we can put it in perspective again for the 3 waivers today, and the question around the master logo.
Sure, happy to do that. So
Thanks.
at the last meeting, DraftKings had requested waivers for 3 different locations, basically. There was a location at the Garden on the floor. There were 2 actually at Gillette, one being sort of, I believe, the entrance to a restaurant, and then a sign on the backside of the restaurant that could be seen out in the stadium. And then the third was, someone remind me what the third was. Fenway. It was the sign at Fenway. And what the commission decided to do was it did determine that for most of them, possibly not the one at the restaurant, the 256.051 would apply. But they asked DraftKings to come back with more information about timelines for complying with the regulation and whether there was any additional information that they wanted to present regarding the costs for complying and things like that. And so they were given an extension of their waiver until today to bring back more information. And that extension of the waiver was necessary because the reg went into full effect on September 28th. So we're now several days into the reg being fully in effect. So before I go on to the legal analysis, any questions on procedural history? All right, great. So as you may have seen in the memo that I circulated, what I've done is basically write out an analysis regarding how the commission may determine whether an operator's logo or trademark is related to sports wagering for the purposes of 256.051. And again, just so it's in the record, so everyone watching knows what we're talking about, that statute or that regulation states that advertising, marketing, branding, and other promotional materials published, aired, displayed, disseminated, or distributed by or in behalf of any sports wagering operator shall state that patrons must be 21 years of age or older to participate, provided that branding consisting only of a display of an operator's logo or trademark related to sports wagering shall not be required to comply with 205 CMR 256.051. Unless it is or is intended to be displayed on signage or a fixed structure at a sports venue where it is likely to be viewed by persons younger than 21 years old. So again, here, what I focused on in my analysis is how the commission can determine whether an operator's logo or trademark is related to sports wagering. So what the legal department recommends is a 2-step process for determining if that logo is related. And this process takes into account both the design of the trademark or the logo and how it's utilized by the operator. So the first step entails determining what kind of logo or trademark you're talking about. And I believe there are 3 different kinds of logos. One would be a sports wagering specific logo or trademark. The second would be a logo or trademark that is specific to a non-sports wagering arm of an operator's business. And then the 3 would be an operator's general logo or trademark that could be used for multiple arms of the business. So if the logo or trademark is sports wagering related specific, then it would be related to sports wagering on its face and clearly fall under the auspices of 256.051. If the logo or trademark is specific to a non-sports wagering arm of the operator's business, then it would not be related to sports wagering and would not fall under those auspices. So an example of that might be a trademark specifically related to an operator's daily fantasy sports arm. And then finally, if the logo or trademark in question is a general logo or trademark and could be applied multiple ways, the analysis would proceed to a second step to determine if it's related to sports wagering. So moving on, the second step of the process actually involves looking at the facts and determining how an operator utilizes that general logo in its business practices. So if the operator does use that logo for the purposes of advertising, marketing, or promoting sports wagering, then the logo would be related to sports wagering and fall under 256.051. And for instance, an example of that would be if an operator is routinely using their general logo in sports wagering advertising. If, however, the operator doesn't use that general logo for the purposes of advertising, marketing, or promoting sports wagering, but rather uses a separate logo for those purposes, then the general logo would not be related to sports wagering for the purposes of the reg. And so again, the commission could choose to adopt this method of analysis and for the purposes of determining whether a logo or trademark is related to sports wagering, but each individual analysis is fact specific, depending on the facts of how it's being used, what logo it is, how the operator uses that logo generally. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions? So I have a couple of questions. One is that this is a recommendation from legal. Our reg is kind of silent on this analysis, right? It says related to. Another way to look at related to would be if it's solely. For instance, those that have sportsbook have to have the 21 plus, and the master would not. And we did have some discussion around this because, as we know, many of our licensees do have multi-factor businesses, many different types of businesses. And some of them, it wouldn't make sense that 21 plus would be attached to that. So there is an alternative interpretation to related to, but we didn't really discuss that in our reg is silent. So what Caitlin's analysis, and this is what I was struggling with while we had our discussion last time, I was thinking about the logos where there are companies that have multiple businesses. And so I asked Caitlin how we will make that determination. Caitlin, it might be really helpful when you do the fact analysis. It's my understanding that either like legal would actually be looking at advertising. And I suspect what one person looks at like a website and they see the master logo of one of our licensees and sports betting is mentioned there. Does that trigger a need for 21 plus, or is it, so many hits of advertising that triggers a 21 plus? I see that as a difficult task to do, but my fellow commissioners, this may not be difficult for you. I just worry about the ambiguity of the analysis. If it were solely, that would be easy for me, and if they say sports betting, or 21 plus would be easy and clear. And I understand that many of the licensees are going to move in that direction because I think it just makes good sense with respect to logos. This was one of my questions, and I don't know, Caitlin, if you want to describe. I think it's legal department right now, as opposed to sports. I don't know which division is making that analysis and what would trigger a determination of now 21 plus is needed. Or is it recommended and then we make that determination? I guess I'm trying to also figure out that part of the process. So if we can have clarity from the majority of the commission on this, it would be helpful to me.
I have a quick question.
Sorry, I'm not sure if that question was directed at me or not. Sorry.
It was directed at to have you help go through the process, the practical analysis, but Commissioner Maynard?
I just have a quick question before I think about that, Madam Chair. Thank you. Caitlin, can you go over the reg again on where this applies and where this doesn't apply? So
Absolutely.
Where would we do this analysis?
Sure. So this analysis relates to, so there's the opening provision of the reg that says that, advertising, marketing, branding, promotional materials has to have the 21 plus language on it, except branding consisting only of the display of an operator's logo or trademark related to sports wagering shall not be required to comply with the reg unless it is or is intended to be displayed on signage or a fixed structure at a sports venue where it is likely to be viewed by persons younger than 21 years old. So we are only talking about logos and trademarks that are in sports venues where it's likely to be viewed by a person under 21.
So it wouldn't apply to a website or anything like that because we narrowly tailored where this would apply.
Oh, I agree with that entirely. I think that the way the analysis is as to related to, they look to see how the logo is used for advertising purposes. So that's the part that I worry about ambiguity, Commissioner Maynard, is just what steps we're taking to decide what triggers a master logo. The other two examples are very clear to me. What triggers a requirement that that logo equals a 21 plus. And so I understand, and that's why it's important. I was just having Caitlin go through the analysis that's used to determine when a licensee sufficiently, its master logo is sufficiently related to sports wagering to trigger the 21 plus. It's I think a fair question to ask. Because we want to make sure it's fairly applied across all of our licensees. And so Caitlin explained the process somewhat to me, but I'm not sure if any of us really knew what that process was. So Caitlin?
Sure.
On the
So
fact-specific piece, what would, how does that?
yeah, so I mean, the long and short of it is the reg refers to, logos or trademarks being related to sports wagering. And so legal was asked for its analysis of whether it started with the DraftKings situation. We were asked about DraftKings. And so in seeing that question and taking that question, we conducted what we thought was what we believe is a legal analysis of it, and created this framework for making a decision that we believe is a reasonable way to interpret the regulation and to apply the regulation. Of course, the commission can choose to take or not take the guidance. That's completely up to you. And again, with regard to the facts, there's a question of, do you want to, who do you want to answer the question? Would you like in certain instances to farm it out to sports wagering or legal? Would you like to take it up? That's all questions the commission can answer, but we're just presenting a framework for how the question can be answered every time it comes up, if it comes up again.
So go right ahead, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Caitlin, I'm one of those people where I need examples when you're explaining something. So I'm gonna give you the example that we have before us today. We have a restaurant in front of us owned by DraftKings. In the back of that, outside where the public can see it on an electronic board, is just DraftKings. So in your opinion and in your analysis, what do the regulations say for each one?
Absolutely. So let's take the entrance where it says, I'm going to get it wrong, but DraftKings Bar and Grill, right? The sign says DraftKings Bar and Grill. It is the entrance to a restaurant. And so we would say, first step of the analysis, what kind of logo is this? Is it sports wagering, the sports wagering specific logo? No. Is it a logo related to another arm of their business? Yes, it's a logo related to this particular restaurant. So in that situation, the analysis can end and you can say, this is a logo specific to a restaurant, not sports wagering. You don't need the 21 plus language. Now shifting to the second logo, which is, I guess, on the back of the restaurant, but can be seen out in the arena. That is just, so again, let's do the analysis again. Is it a sports wagering specific logo? No. Is it a logo related to, specific to a non-sports wagering related arm of the business? No. Is it a general logo? Yes. Okay. You move on to step 2. How does DraftKings use that general logo? Well, based on a review of DraftKings advertising, we have seen that DraftKings routinely uses their general DraftKings logo in their sports wagering advertising. And so for that purpose, we would say, for that reason, we would say in this situation, that logo would need the 21 plus language based on the type of logo that it is and how that logo is used by the operator.
And where it is too, correct?
Yes,
Sorry.
Exactly, Commissioner.
Can I just interject one clarification there? And this is in the packet, but that logo that you're referring to, Commissioner Hill, that was digital signage, is already corrected because it has the 21 and up now. So it's just that restaurant. And I think I'd have to clarify with Dave, but they don't own that restaurant. This is again branding of that particular space. So
understood.
Okay.
No, that's understandable, but I'm trying to understand our regulation as written. Yes, it's been corrected already, but had it not been corrected, what would we have done? And it was explained to us very well by Caitlin in that instance. But thank you for the clarification, Crystal. And Caitlin.
So in terms of my question, so Caitlin said that DraftKings master logo is used generally for sports wagering. And I wonder if another master logo was used not as generally as Caitlin implied, but maybe occasionally. Does that require 21 plus? In other words, I'm not sure. I want to be really clear, Commissioner Hill, first off to everybody. I care deeply about making sure that we do not use, our licensees do not in any way promote sports betting to underage and those who are ineligible to wager. I think we all know we're very united on that. So that is not about that. What I'm struggling with is just to make sure we're going to apply this analysis in a very consistent and unambiguous fashion, because it is an expensive venture for logo to be all transformed to meet Massachusetts needs when they use them nationally and internationally. So I'm just I'm only worried about fairness factor, but it will never be at the risk of youths or those ineligible to wager. So I want to be very clear. So as long as if we're applying this analysis, what I'm hearing is Caitlin use the word generally, and I wonder if there's a spectrum, Caitlin, if you can, give me your thoughts on that for the master. If there was a one hit that you found, like a website or whatever, but not anywhere else, would you decide it's not used?
If I could, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We had a lot of discussion about this the day that we voted.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a conversation, and I can tell you what my concern was, which was having people, it's one thing to have a very specific logo for branding for this product. It's another to sort of have your cake and eat it too. And so if you're going to use something interchangeably on occasion, a broader thing, and that, in my view, you err on the side of putting 21 plus on it. So that was what I said at the time. It's still my belief at the time. I seem to be going further than Caitlin is in terms of where that line is. If you are using that in a way that is non-exclusive, that is, will on occasion refer to sports wagering, put 21 plus on it. And if you want to get a brighter line because you don't want to do that and you want to have the overall not refer to that, well, then just be consistent.
Be consistent.
That's where I come from on this.
And Commissioner O'Brien, thank you for tolerating me. I know that I am asking for a little bit more clarity and for time. And I think that we all agree that we offer that to each other when something is just sticky for us. So I really appreciate this discussion. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you. So just to follow up on Commissioner O'Brien's comments, I'm a little confused now in Caitlin's analysis in understanding whether or not this restaurant, DraftKings Sports Zone, should or should not contain the 21 plus language, because it appears that logo is a general logo, but it is a logo that is also used in connection with sports wagering. So Caitlin, could you clarify for me? I may have missed something in your analysis that will shed some light on that question, but I'm a little stuck.
And I apologize, Commissioner Skinner, my internet is dropping me out over here. So was the question, sorry, could you just repeat the question? I very much apologize.
Basically, can everybody hear me okay? I could still
hear you.
Okay. I think it's a me problem.
All right. Just in a nutshell, could you just run through the analysis with respect to this restaurant again? I know that's something Commissioner Hill asked for. And ultimately, my question is, should this signage include the 21 plus language or not?
Understood. Thank you. So with using the analysis again, what I would start with is the first step, which is determine what type of logo it is. And again, my understanding based on what I've seen so far is that it's not sports wagering specific. So it doesn't meet the first bucket. It is arguably related to a non-sports wagering related arm of the business, and that would be that it is a bar and grill or a restaurant. And the logo isn't just the general logo, but it's and I'm sorry, I don't have the language in front of me, but it has special language that indicates that it's the restaurant. And for that reason, I believe that it would fall into the second bucket, which is it's specifically related to a non-sports wagering related arm of the business, and therefore wouldn't be related to sports wagering and wouldn't require the 21 plus language.
I see. So in the picture that's included here on page 28 of the packet, DraftKings Sports Zone, because that sports zone, it's a sports zone restaurant type venue, then the 21 plus language is not required. But hypothetically, should DraftKings change that signage to just read DraftKings, is that when we'd be discussing the requirement of the 21 plus language?
Yes, I think if they took out the sports zone, which is the name of the restaurant, and just had the standard DraftKings logo, then we'd be back to the initial question of what is the logo and how is it being used.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
So, Caitlin, do you want to, if there were another example, back to my question, do you see a gradation, or do you see it as, and also I should ask, commissioners, who's doing the analysis? Is this a sports wagering division analysis, or is this a legal analysis, or is this our analysis? Because again,
is your question about gradation, apology, is your question about gradation is how much it's used for?
Yeah, if it's once, is that sufficient to require 21 plus, or are you seeing, like you used the word generally, which I attached that to have some meaning. Maybe it wasn't intentional. So
Sure. When I use generally, I was referring specifically to DraftKings, what we're seeing with regard to DraftKings, having not done an analysis of any other entity at this point. I do believe as soon as you start using the logo for sports wagering related purposes, it's sort of out in the, I mean, the purpose of the reg is to protect the public, right? It's an advertising reg. It's to, it's for youth and underage. And so as soon as you start associating your general logo with sports wagering, I think arguably it becomes sports wagering related. Now, again, with regard to the facts on the ground, the commission can delegate to whomever, sports wagering, legal, a combination, to sort of make those determinations about how the logo is being used, but it is ultimately your decision. And again, there are waiver processes too. So I have to leave that to the commission on how it wants to implement that piece.
Okay, Commissioner Maynard.
I can kick off. I have an opinion. I think that I'm perfectly fine with legal and sports wagering talking about when this does come up in the minuscule times it will ever come up, because it's about arenas 21 plus. I mean, it's so narrow, and so to answer your major question, Madam Chair, if a big national brand wants to come into TD Garden and put its logo only, I think they would look at this analysis, hear this, and all these hours and hours, probably 50 plus hours of conversation now at this point about the 21 plus, and say, you know what, we're probably going to have to put 21 plus if we're going to put that logo in TD Garden or Fenway Park or Gillette Stadium. And so I would be comfortable with legal looking at this. And then if they disagree, they being the potential, the licensee wanting to put the ad up, it can come to the commission and we can look at it. That's how I would look at it. But I think it's fine. I'm fine with the analysis.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
If you're looking for opinions, mine is similar at this point to Commissioner Maynard's. I've heard from our legal department and I've heard from our sports wagering section, and I'm comfortable with what they have told me today. I've come to my opinion on how I would vote on these today, and it's a little bit different than what's being asked for in one sense when it comes to the Gillette Stadium. But overall, getting analysis from our legal and from sports wagering, I'm very comfortable now with what they have to say. And in the future, as Commissioner Maynard said, should this come before us again, and they have an issue, I have no problem them bringing it back to us.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien, do you want to?
I feel the same way as Commissioner Maynard, in terms of where I'm going today. It's consistent with where I was the last time. And then in terms of the analysis, I'm comfortable with, as you pointed, the few times it may come up in the future, legal and sports wagering, looking at it. And if there is a disagreement on the part of the licensee, they're obviously free to come and ask for a waiver or determination that it doesn't apply.
Thank you. So that seems to address Crystal. And Commissioner Skinner, I didn't mean to skip over you. I was hearing 3, so I heard 3, and that was majority. Commissioner Skinner, your thoughts?
Now you have 4, ditto.
Okay.
I think the objectives are pretty clear. I think that there's no wiggle room when it comes to sports venues. So I'm comfortable as well with having legal make the determination on these future requests.
Okay, and so Crystal, with respect to the request from the letter from DraftKings with respect to the master plan, I think that what we're saying, that there would be a consensus that we would not give them a waiver on their master logo. Commissioners, do we need to vote on that, or do we just move for their with respect to their waivers?
Madam Chair, I unfortunately did not hear your question. I too am having some issues with my web today. Can you repeat your question, please?
I'm having issues with my ears. They're very, very full today. So we received a letter from DraftKings that was separate and apart from the waiver request, and it had to do with this master logo, which prompted my inquiry here today to make sure we were all clear on how that was being assessed. It sounds as though there is agreement among the commissioners that that the master logo would not be exempt despite their requests made in that letter. And so I'm wondering, do we need to address their request, which was separate and apart from their waiver request? Commissioner O'Brien?
We have consensus that it does not, but if we're looking for formality in the terms of a motion, I'm happy to make a motion.
Right, and that would be with respect to their letter that was submitted Friday or Saturday, right?
Saturday.
And what page is it on?
44.
44. So maybe we should formalize that, because I'm sure they're listening, and they did, they really created it as an alternative argument.
I wasn't necessarily going to reference, but I certainly can reference the letter.
It's September 29th.
Yeah, September 9th, 2023. Yep.
Okay.
I move that the commission find, in response to the question by DraftKings in letter dated September 29, 2023, that the DraftKings master brand logo is subject to the requirements of 256.05 subsection 1 in the context of that regulation in our discussion here today.
I have a second.
Discussion, I just want to point out that this would be treating all operators the same, and operators who have already complied with the 21 plus. I've seen those already. So second.
And I would just add that, given that I'm not hearing a desire by the commissioners to further clarify the regulation as solely, then I am in agreement that it applies to the multi-use logo. And I also want to just also say that while I very much appreciate our other licensees for already amending their logos at the Venus, I also respect the fact that we are always welcoming our licensees to ask for clarification and address their business needs. So I thank DraftKings for their submission and understand where clarity was perhaps needed. So thank you. Do I have a second?
I think Commissioner Maynard
I
seconded.
seconded that.
Oh, second with that discussion. Thank you. As I said, my ears are really ringing right now, so my apologies. Zoom ears. So with that, any further discussion or edits? Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. All right. So now we'll go on to the other, the three items. Crystal, if you want to walk, and Caitlin, thank you very much. Very helpful work for me, and I appreciate, every time a member of the staff responds to a particular inquiry that I have personally to help me do my job, I am terribly grateful. And I know that every commissioner joins me in that. We have to just make our decisions in the public. And sometimes we know we might have an individual question that there's something that's just not, ringing true, or something we simply don't understand. It's critical that the staff be able to respond to these inquiries to help us do our best work. That doesn't mean, and we expect that cooperation, doesn't mean that we're not terribly grateful for it. So thank you so much. All right, so now moving on to Crystal's good work.
Okay, so with that in mind, we now have the actual waiver dates to review for what DraftKings has put together based on their conversations with the venues. So I'll just go right in order here. I'll start with the Fenway Park signage. So they've identified that they would need until November 20th for the waiver on that one to ensure the logo is taken down and updated at Fenway. And that could happen in that time frame. And then they note here that that would be before the high school football games, November 21st and 22nd.
Should we pause on and do them individually, commissioners?
I would like to do that because there's going to be one that I'm going to throw a little wrinkle into. So if we could do them separately, that would be my.
We'll try to iron them out for you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Crystal on this particular request?
I think the request is appropriate, and knowing that the high school games are coming in on the 21st, if we can get it done by November 20th, then I would be okay with moving forward with that particular date for Fenway Park.
Great. Any further questions for Crystal, and otherwise Commissioner Hill's prepared to move? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I would move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue to DraftKings a waiver until November 20th, 2023 from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 256.051 with respect to the use of its logo at Fenway Park as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of GL Chapter 23N.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, any further questions on that or discussion? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All right, moving on to TD Garden. Crystal, thank you.
So the Celtics logo on the floor, they have had further conversations. Originally they explored whether there could be a decal. The NBA rules prohibit that, but they can get portions of the floor up. And they've identified that that would have to take place sometime between November 14th and 25th. So they're asking for a temporary waiver through December 1st to come into compliance with that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner, is this your wrinkle?
No, my wrinkle's gonna be with Gillette. However, I would like to look to Director Ban, who also had a conversation with our folks over at the Boston Gardens. And I believe I heard, unless I heard wrongful, that that date could probably be a little sooner than what they're proposing.
Yeah, they told me that those dates are correct between November 14th and the 25th. The Celtics are away and have a national game at that time. And that's the week that the Celtics general counsel told me that it could be done. It could be sanded down, re-laminated, and refit.
So with that, Madam Chair, I would request that we move it up a month because I think it can be done sooner.
It's November is the dates that they gave me, sir.
And that's in our documents. Crystal, could you maybe offer some insight as to why they asked for December 1st? Because this is noted in our documents.
I can't, that's just a week later, so I presume they just gave a little bit of leeway because there is that holiday period in there. I could ask David, I do believe he's still on, if you would like to have more information. He's on the phone.
Madam Chair, that's how I interpreted the request, that December 1st date. I think that rather than have DraftKings come back for potential extension of that due to circumstances beyond their control, I do think December 1st is a reasonable date, given that the time frame that they've been given by the Celtics is November 14th through the 25th.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Commissioner Skinner.
Always open to compromise, Madam Chair. December 1st would be fine.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't think it was unreasonable either. They were transparent. This is their document that I'm reading, right? This is not yours, Crystal, on page 23. They were transparent about November 14th to the 25th.
Yes, this is their waiver request.
Yeah. So maybe it'll get done during that week, but a little wiggle room, as Commissioner Skinner suggests, might be reasonable. Commissioner Hill? Do you want to move?
I most certainly will. I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issued to DraftKings a waiver until December 1st, 2023 from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 256.051 with respect to the use of its logo at TD Garden as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of GL Chapter 23N.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, any questions for our Sports Wagering Division? All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Okay. So now on to Gillette Stadium.
Yes, so with this sign, they're requesting a permanent waiver of not including the 21 plus logo, as you've seen how they've done it in the PDFs to follow, because it is a bar grill area, and the concern would be it's not a 21 plus environment to enter. So they're looking for consideration on that aspect of it for this waiver. And to note, they did change the digital signage outside the bar, but the sign itself that you're seeing, they are looking for the waiver. That's on the final page, 28 is the sign.
Okay, Commissioner Hill, your wrinkle. Oh, you're on mute.
Yep, I think my wrinkle has been addressed. I have no problem with the restaurant, and I think I said that a little earlier, and giving them a waiver for that. I really don't have an issue with that. I just want to ensure that any LED advertising that it is within the stadium, it's meaning what I'll call the bowl, where no matter where I sit, I'm seeing an electronic LED advertising. And it sounds to me, from what Crystal just said, they've addressed that. They hadn't as of last week, at least during our discussions. And if that is being addressed, I'm okay with that, as long as that's happening. I want to ensure that somehow we memorialize that.
I think it happened.
It's already,
Yes.
yeah.
And it's that logo. I'm careful to distinguish branding or logo from advertising, because an advertisement may actually have additional requirements. So logo, it's just, there's been an additional 21
Yes.
plus added. Okay. So
if that's the case, then go ahead, Madam, Jim. Oh my God, Commissioner O'Brien.
Just gonna have I'm number 2, I'm number 3. My only procedural point of clarification on this is, I think the request, as we've discussed it and come down on this, is not a permanent waiver so much as a finding that 256.051 does not require additional markings as to the DraftKings Sports Zone restaurant sign. So I just wanted to make sure that's where we're all coming from. It's not a permanent waiver so much as saying this particular sign does not require the application of the reg, because it falls outside that requirement.
with that said, Commissioner O'Brien, do you want to move on this?
Sure, happy to.
Thank you.
I move that the commission find that the DraftKings Sports Zone restaurant sign, as identified in the commissioner's packet and further discussed here today, is not subject to the requirements of 205 CMR 256.051.
Second.
Any further discussion? Edits? Are we all set on that? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. So 5-0. So we are through item number 6 to both legal and our sports wagering division. Bruce, Crystal, thank you so much. Excellent work, and thank you to DraftKings. With that, Grace, I see you pop on. Am I okay? Should we move on to item number 7?
Yeah, sorry, I just had a phone
That's
call.
okay. I always wonder when I see if there's something up.
Nope.
Grace is always there, whether on video or not. So now we're turning to our Community Affairs Division and Chief Delaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Up before you today, we have several members of our local community mitigation advisory committees that need reappointment, and also one new member. So these, we have typically appointed these folks for a 1-year period, and these folks are up for renewal. So in Region A, we have Vincent Panzini, who is our Chamber of Commerce representative, and he is the president of the Everett Chamber of Commerce. We also have David Bancroft as the Regional Economic Development Organization, and he's a senior vice president with Mass Development. Those are renewals. In Region B, we have a new member, Joan Kagan Levine, a human resource provider. She is a retired president and CEO of Square One. We also have Diana Sino, Chamber of Commerce representative, who is the president of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce. We have Ellen Potashnik, who's our human resource provider, who is a retired longtime Department of Children and Families organization. And also Richard Sullivan, our Regional Economic Development Organization. He's a president and CEO of the Economic Development Council of Western Mass. And we also do have an opening that we need to fill for our Community Mitigation Advisory Subcommittee, which is the commission member, and that has for the last year been Commissioner Hill. And if you would like to continue on in that, it's certainly welcome. Or if the commission would like to appoint someone else. Those are all of the things that we need from community affairs, but there are also two other positions, which are the Public Safety Subcommittee, which Commissioner O'Brien has been on for the last year, and also the Addiction Services Subcommittee, whose commission role has been filled by Mark Vanderlinden. So with that, I will open up to any questions or whatever motions you'd like to make.
Any questions for Joe? Okay, excellent summaries on each candidate. Thank you to, I know I see Lily and Mary. Thank you for those summaries. And commissioners, are you prepared to move on this, or do you have any particular questions for the team?
I would be more than happy to make a motion on the first request.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission appoint the following individuals to the Local Community Mitigation Advisory Committee for an additional one-year term, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. Vincent Panzini, David Bancroft, Diana Sinell, Ellen Potashnik, and Richard K. Sullivan Jr. And I further move that the commission appoint Joan Kagan Levine to the Local Community Mitigation Advisory Committee for an initial one-year term, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you. Now we have consideration of the subcommittees. And first, we're noting Community Mitigation Advisory Subcommittee. And these, of course, all fall under the GPAC. Grace works closely with the chair of the GPAC. We have in the past designated Commissioner Hill. Do I have a motion? Or discussion?
If he is willing, I'm happy to move. Yep.
I am
I move that the commission designate Commissioner Hill as a member of the Community Mitigation Advisory Subcommittee, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Commissioner Hill, for your willingness. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. We also are looking at the Public Safety Subcommittee. Again, another subcommittee by statute under the GPAC. Commissioner O'Brien, we thank you for your service chairing that. Again, if Commissioner O'Brien is willing, she does, of course, have that expertise. If you're looking at your motion document, there might just be a bit of a typo. Commissioner O'Brien, would you be willing to serve again, given particularly your level of expertise?
Absolutely. Sure.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission designate Commissioner O'Brien as its representative on the Public Safety Subcommittee, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Okay. I'm not sure. Is it me that's frozen?
No.
Or, okay, that was Commissioner Maynard.
A little bit, yeah. He's
Okay.
back.
And thank you for correcting that for me, Commissioner Maynard. Do I have a second? Okay, Commissioner Skinner, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, Commissioner O'Brien?
I'll abstain.
Okay, Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes. We do allow people to vote for themselves. And as every
Force
good
of habit.
former legislator knows that that's the first vote you take. So that's a 4 yay and 1 abstention on that last vote. And then with respect to the Addiction Services Subcommittee, I don't even know if, I guess
Mark here.
Mark
Oh,
is
there you
there. Mark has done a terrific job chairing that. I have one question, is that there is not, that is, if I remember correctly in the statute, Mark, that's something that the committee itself votes on. The members within the committee vote on that.
They would vote to for the chair of that committee, but in terms of
it's the designee, got it. And
I was selected for the designee.
so it's for membership in this case. And Mark is right now the elected chair by the committee. So are you willing to remain our designated member?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. Glad you showed up, Mark. I wasn't sure. Because you've got something to present next. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner?
I move that the commission designate Mark Vander Linden as its representative on the Addiction Services Subcommittee as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes. Mark, thank you for your additional commitment on that committee. It means a lot, and I know it's good work is underway, so thank you. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, on that. We took care of some of that homework. And now we are turning to, am I right, Joe? We're all set. Turning to item number 8. And that would be Chief Lennon. There you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm joined by Douglas O'Donnell and John Scully, and we are here to present the FY23 closeout reports for the Gaming Control Fund and the Sports Wagering Control Fund. The materials begin on page 51 of your packet. The Massachusetts Gaming Commission approved an FY23 budget for the Gaming Control Fund of $35.7 million, which required an initial assessment of $30.5 million on licensees. After 3 quarters of adjustment, the MGC's revised budget was $35.97 million, which required a $29.88 million assessment on the licensees. The Gaming Control Fund spending for FY23 was $34.98 million, which was $985,000 or 2.74% less than the approved spending level. MGC regulatory costs underspent by $146,000 or a half of a percentage point, while indirect underspent by $115.6,000, a 4.78% underspend, and the Office of the Attorney General underspent by $723,000, which is approximately 19%. The ABCC spent almost all of its allocated funds. The table on page 52 of your packet shows final spending and variances to budgeted amounts by areas of the Gaming Control Fund, as well as brief explanations for large variances. Of particular note are the underspendings and the overspending in the consultant services line, which represents the billings for the independent monitor that were received after our 3rd quarterly update. We only budget and spend for the independent monitor as we receive bills, as well as there's a large underspending in the operational services line of our budget, which is where our GEU costs are funded from. We've seen large turnover as well as large vacancy remainings in the GEU. The final large underspending came in the Attorney General line item, which we reported earlier was an approximate 19% underspending. Moving on to the revenue area, after 3/4 of adjustments to reflect better licensing revenues and account for the revenue associated with the billings of the independent monitor, the most recent revenue projections for the Gaming Control Fund were 35.79 million, relying on the assessment of 29.88 million. FY23 final revenue received was 36.39 million, which was approximately 600,000 higher than the anticipated revenue. The majority of that variance is in the independent monitor billing. As you will see, a large amount of bills came in after the third quarter, and we recognize that revenue after that third quarter estimate. That can be found on page 53 of your packet. 205 CMR 121.05 paragraph 2 requires the commission to credit any surplus funds at the close of the fiscal year to the next year's assessment in the same manner in which that excess assessment was received. The tables on page 55 of your packet illustrate how the assessment will be credited to each gaming licensee's FY24 assessment. Basically, what we did was we took the first half years of the assessment based on their gaming positions, the second half years of the assessment based on those revised gaming assessments as of January and gaming positions as of January 1, combined them and said this is what they're going to get back. If there are any questions regarding the Gaming Control Fund, I can answer them now. Otherwise, I'll move on to the Sports Wagering Control Fund. Okay, I'll shift gears and move on to the Sports Wagering Control Fund. The commission approved an initial FY23 budget for the Sports Wagering Control Fund of 2.19 million. This was reliant solely on the sports wagering suitability fees, the initial 200,000 that each applicant gave to us. After 3/4 of adjustments, the MGC's revised budget was 4.74 million, which required an assessment of 2.23 million on licensees. The Sports Wagering Control Fund's final spending for FY23 was 3.97 million, which was 779,000 or 16.4% less than the final approved spending level. The table on page 55 of your packet shows final spending and variances to budgeted amounts by budget areas within the Sports Wagering Control Fund. Of particular note was the drastic underspending in payroll and contract employees, and this was basically based on a delay in hiring from what we initially wanted in the sports wagering area, as well as substantial consultant costs that were required to get the framework up and running. And this was both GLI, we had Anderson Krieger, we had Ernst & Young, we had RSM. So, you know, trying to get those numbers perfect at the beginning was, I think, a Herculean task. I think we did a pretty good job trying to estimate them, and the final numbers came in pretty close once you line them all up. The commission's operational revenues for sports wagering is generated from vendor and employee licensing fees, background suitability fees, and an assessment on our licensees. Initial revenue projections for FY23 were 5.43 million. Sorry about that, my phones are ringing. Comprising 3.2 million in suitability licensing fees and an assessment of 2.23 million. FY23 final revenue received was 6.65 million. We received 1.15 million in vendor and employee licensing fees that we had not included in our initial projections. Variances between estimates and final amounts are included on page 56 of your packet for revenue. Final spending in the Sports Wagering Control Fund of 3.96 million combined with final revenue of 6.65 million resulted in revenue exceeding spending by 2.68 million. However, of the initial 3.2 million background suitability fees, 296,000 or almost 297,000, which is included in your packet on page B, in attachment B on page 60, was excess revenue that was not spent of the initial 3.2 million licensing fees. So we brought in 3.2 million, we spent almost all of that, only 297,000 is going to carry forward into next year. 205 CMR 121.03, paragraph 4 requires the commission to credit any surplus funds at the close of the fiscal year to the next year's assessment. The 2.38 million that's shown in your packet will be credited to licensees FY24 assessments and will reflect a full refund of their FY23 assessments. The FY23 assessment collections, which were in your packet, show that there were only 2.27 million, so we'll be refunding 2.38. So they get everything back plus another 100,000 or so that'll be credited back to them in proportion to the initial $2.27 million assessment. We did not include a table in your packet that shows how that'll go back because the initial assessment was based on some confidential information that was initial estimates by our licensees for their sports wagering applications, and it was covered in executive session. If the commissioners would like to see that, Doug is more than willing to sit with each commissioner to show you how much each licensee is getting back. At this point, if you have any questions regarding the closeout reports, I think it's pretty good information. Both licensees are getting, and both areas are getting substantial refunds, and they will be credited back to next year's assessment. And I think that gets to the point that all of our directors have had drilled into them, and we're seeing that being carried forward in the sports wagering division as well, to only spend money prudently and to not be like a typical state agency that spends as much as we can at the end of the year in fear of losing the money, which I think is one of the very nice things that our statute allows us to do. We're not worried about cuts coming if we had a delay in hiring or a delay in a project moving forward. We don't spend that money for other things at the end of the year. We carry it forward as a credit to the assessment and move forward wisely in subsequent years.
Any questions for Chief Lennon?
And I'll most likely have to turn to Doug and John as they are the large generators of this information. And as I say every time, I'm lucky to just be able to present it and know it's good information.
Derek, can you just bring me back to where the expenses on consultants and legal?
Yes, so if you look at page, and this would be under the sports wagering control fund, correct?
Well, I guess I should be looking at both, I guess. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I missed out on that a little bit.
Not a problem. So if you look on page 55 of the packet, you'll see for the sports wagering control fund, we had an initial projection of 500,000 under the HH line, consultant services to departments.
Got it.
Yep, we increased that up to 2.23 million. We ended up spending 2,442,000, and that is an increase of 212,000. The majority of that overspending was a late bill that came in from Ernst & Young that was above what our initial projections were. And I think that was around 137,000 of that. And then we had some additional costs. I mean, we had huge costs for RSM. We had huge costs for Anderson Krieger to get this started. So to throw a dart at the wall and only, so to only throw a dart at the wall and only exceed it by 212,000 while underspending in many other areas, I think was a pretty good job by our teams.
Right, and I remember we revised that. But that does include legal. That was sort of my question. And then in terms of our regular.
Our regular, yes. So that would be on page, let me scroll up. Page 52 of your packet. And once again, you would see the HH where we started off at 815,000. We increased it to 901,000, which was for the independent monitor bills that we had received through our first 3 quarters. It went up to 1.52 million. And as you can see, I'm 1.58 million, 600, which is a $680,000 variance. 604,000 of that variance had to do with the independent monitor bills that came in after the 3rd quarter. And the balance of it was, a lot of it had to do with outside counsel getting ready for the union move.
Yeah. And so, and that is not Anderson Krieger.
No, part of that is Morgan Brown and Joy, and it's actually all Morgan Brown and Joy. Anderson Krieger handles other matters for us under this budget.
Yeah.
Litigation defense and some general consulting.
Okay. Thanks. I was looking for the word legal, but now I know we include it in consultant. That makes good sense to me. Thanks, Derek. My apologies, everyone.
Absolutely.
Okay. We don't need to take action on this today, correct?
No action needed. The year is closed and there's nothing we can do about it at this point. I can only report on it.
Well, and we can report back to you. Nice job,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you. John, thank you. Doug, thank you. Derek, and then I know there are other members of your team not present today. To the entire finance team, thank you for your good work. Commissioners, any questions for Derek? Commissioner Hill.
No question, just great job by the whole staff. I reiterate what you said. They're great.
Yeah, and of course, and now you're working closely as treasurer. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Skinner, you did much of this treasury work under this.
So I was just adding my voice to the chorus of thanks. Good to see Doug and John, and you too, Derek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right. Then we're moving on to item number 9. We have the whole range of topics this meeting, which is always both a challenge to keep our minds fluid, but also a lot of fun. So here we have Mark Vanderlinden on responsible gaming and the research agenda.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm joined with Dr. Bonnie Andrews. Bonnie, I think you're on. There you are. Hi. So we wanted to talk to you about making an addendum to the FY24 gaming research agenda. So as you know, the commission is charged with carrying out an annual research agenda to comprehensively assess the impacts of casino gambling in Massachusetts. Specifically, MGL Chapter 23K, Section 71 directs the research agenda to examine the social and economic effects of expanded gaming and to obtain scientific information relative to neuroscience, psychology, sociology, epidemiology, and etiology of gambling. MGL Chapter 23N, Section 23 extends the scope of the research agenda to include an understanding of the effects of sports wagering in the Commonwealth. As you recall, the process of developing our annual research agenda, regardless of what year, begins early in the calendar year. It includes an initial presentation to the commission, followed by feedback from the Gaming Research Advisory Committee and the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee, which is statutorily required. The final research agenda was voted on by you and approved on May 4th of this year. As many things do, things change and shift in the research agenda, and we are hoping that you'll consider a few changes to the research agenda for FY24, and I'll outline those for you. And probably the biggest one is what I'm going to talk about first, which is a proposed study called New Approaches to Advancing Pre-Commitment, Assessing Whether a Mandatory versus Voluntary Limit Adherence Feature and Reward Facilitates Responsible Gaming. So the purpose of pre-commitment tools such as Play My Way is to minimize gambling-related harms by cultivating responsible, positive gambling habits. So, for example, setting a budget or setting a limit before you begin gambling. This study would build upon researchers' previous findings that a hard lock, in other words, where the player cannot go beyond the limit they set, is more effective in reducing the number of visits and gambling expenditures over time compared to the standard soft lock option, which is you can reach your limit, you're provided with information and notifications, but it doesn't stop you from continuing to gamble. which is the case with Play My Way. Across 2 studies and 2 experiments, the study will evaluate attitudes towards pre-commitment tool, including Play My Way, and determine the characteristics of players who choose hard lock option versus a soft lock option. And now just to back up a little bit, the commission back in December 2014, January of 2015, discussed the hard lock versus soft lock options as we were proceeding down this path of identifying what we wanted pre-commitment to look like and how to work most effectively with our operators in order to implement this tool. The commission at that time did decide that soft lock, meaning that you can extend beyond your set budget with notifications to support informed player choice. So this introduction of a pilot project for a hard stop is a shift in that decision making. And I would support it for the following reasons. One is that we would be advocating for a pilot project not to be implemented across the state, but with a operator that would agree to do so. Second, there does appear to be some emerging evidence of the efficacy of a hard stop versus a soft stop that wasn't present back in 2014 and 2015 when the commission made that decision. And then finally, a hard stop appears to be the direction that a lot of operators and definitely the sports wagering industry is going, that where play management is offered with sports wagering, what it is basically a hard stop. You can't gamble beyond the limit, whether it be time or deposit or loss. You can't gamble beyond that limit. So it feels to me like a natural extension, one, to explore its effectiveness in Massachusetts through slot machine play on a pilot basis. The other issue that the operators want, or that the researchers would like to investigate is what role does incentivizing the use of pre-commitment play? So in Massachusetts, we do incentivize enrollment in Play My Way, largely in cooperation with our operators that we very, very much appreciate. So we would like to just take a step further and look at what role does that incentivization play both in enrollment, but probably more important, in limit adherence. Is there a way that we can take a step further in looking at how would an incentive encourage people to stick with the limits that they set, which is something that we haven't done in Massachusetts, and I think holds a lot of possibility as we continue down this road of promoting responsible gaming in the state. The proposed study would be conducted in collaboration with Carleton University, and specifically Dr. Michael Wall, who is a professor of psychology at Carleton University, would be the principal investigator at this. Our role as the MGC would be to facilitate recruitment of players enrolled in Play My Way, as well as act as sort of a liaison between the research team and a casino partner to obtain the data. And when I say casino partner, we've had discussions with a couple of our operators. They've been very positive, but we haven't landed on a specific operator that to carry this study out. So that's a big caveat, that we need to have that in place in order for this study to proceed. And I feel confident that we can. We have really pretty amazing operators in the state that have a commitment to responsible gaming and seeing the advancement of responsible gaming in the industry. The funding for this specific study would come from the International Center for Responsible Gaming to the tune of $171,925. So that's the first study that I would wish the commission to consider adding to our FY24 research agenda. And Madam Chair, I don't know if we want to pause and see if there's any questions on that before I move on to the next two.
You mean do it section by section?
Correct.
Commissioners, do we want, I'm wondering, do we have to formally vote or do we want just to have a consensus? I guess we do, or an amendment to it, we would normally vote, right?
And I can move on to the next item as well.
Yeah, well, there's gonna be 3 recommendations, so commissioners, we could take it one at a time, unless maybe we should go through all 3 because there may be different choices for commissioners, okay? Item 2?
Item 2 is introducing a small study looking at the role of AI in gambling. And this study would focus on current and possible uses of AI in the gambling industry with a particular focus on marketing, player acquisition, game integrity, and responsible gaming initiatives, as well as implications for problem gambling and player health. Much as part of our research agenda this year is looking at what are the possible implications and looking around the corner on iGaming, which doesn't exist. This is also this type of study where we see the emergence of AI and its intersection with gambling. And in order to stay ahead of this, in order for the commission to be informed as we move forward, this would be a small study in order to explore this specific issue. Okay.
Any questions on that? Okay, and then item 3, and then you're closing.
Yeah, so actually item 3, I'm sorry, it's here only because this wasn't explicit when we had the research agenda adopted in May, but it's the ad hoc report that the commission adopted and approved, voted on August 17th, which, just as a very quick reminder without going into detail, is a study on the early economic impacts of sports wagering in Massachusetts, and beginning to set up a system where the commissioner can measure these economic impacts as we move forward. So this was adopted on August 17th, and so there would be no changes to that. We're currently in the process of moving this specific study forward. The only other piece, and Dr. Andrews and I are recommending that we delay until FY25 in order to allow for adequate resources, as well as wait for a study on the impact of advertising and gambling behavior harms in Massachusetts. There was a study that was adopted in May looking at sports wagering advertising, specifically look at different marketing affiliate payment structures and the impact on players. So in other words, we would like to pursue this, but delay it to FY25, largely because there's a study that we currently have underway and won't be wrapped up for a while that looks at the impacts of gambling, looks at the impacts of advertising on gambling behavior and harms in Massachusetts. So
Commissioner, we'd be just deferring that previously approved study and then adding the other 2 that we hadn't approved before.
That is correct. Yeah, sure.
So commissioners, thoughts, questions for either Director Vanderlyn or Dr. Andrews? Commissioner Maynard, are you leaning in?
Yeah, I'm thinking of each section separately. Mark and I have been spending more time together after your assignment, Madam Chair, and I appreciate it. And, he spent a lot of time talking about the history of the hard stop and the soft stop. And I just think it's really, really worth doing, really looking into seeing what the implications are. I think that we pride ourselves on being on the forefront of this. We're known for that. Whenever we go to conferences, all of us, we hear about it, and I support it. It's a public meeting can't capture all the good reasons that Mark Vanderlyn can explain in a one-on-one meeting. adequately, in my opinion, because I think that it's something that we're going to learn a lot from. So I just wanted to express my full support.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And as to the AI piece, I had mentioned to Mark on that possibly he could be on the forefront of exploring the impact of AI through proper research. It's going to be the subject matter of conferences around the world, and for our operators, for our fellow regulators, this research could be helpful. There's, for AI, there's so many good opportunities. And then, of course, I think we have to think about defensively to how we work to make sure AI isn't used by bad actors, particularly with respect to threatening gaming integrity, money laundering issues, of course. And then, of course, AI might even be able to be an enhancer for some of the cybersecurity issues. And I'm making this up because, like so many of us, we really don't know the reach of AI, how it can be used. So you could really be on the forefront. And I understand it's a small study, but it could raise issues that we could explore more deeply. So I like pursuing that, and I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Maynard. I also understood the implications of this pivot, possibly, Mark. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, just elaborate a little bit. I think there's going to be an extra cost to this over what we had budgeted.
Correct, Commissioner Hill. It would be adding 25. We anticipate about $25,000 in order to carry out this AI study. And so, but that would be the extent of the addition to the gaming research agenda for FY24. So,
go ahead.
So it increased from $1,865,000 to $1,890,000.
I'm not penny pinching, and please don't think that of me when I'm asking these questions. By putting AI off for 1 year to FY25, what's the big downside to that, if there is one? Being off 1 year instead of next year.
I think that this is a very quick moving issue within the gaming industry. I think that we're all reading about the impact of AI in our day-to-day lives and seeing what the potential impact, both positive and negative, within the gaming industry is a very timely and important issue. So that's principally why you would certainly see it on our FY25 research agenda recommendations if it doesn't get approved in the FY24 research agenda.
So this probably.
I'd like to respond to that too, Commissioner Hill, because I've had conversations with Mark on this, but just as I said, we pride ourselves in being on the cutting edge. And if we wait a year, we're going to be a little bit late. So I think this is a small study for, we have the budget, and it could raise some really timely issues that then the team could explore with even more depth. So, I mean, I would advocate for now, unless Chief Lennon has real concerns about the budgetary implications.
So don't take anything that I have said as that. I just want to know the answers, because and this isn't probably the place to bring this up.
Place to bring it up.
But, I see $25,000 in addition to the budget here. And then when I start looking at other departments, I mean, now that I am looking at the budget a little bit more carefully than I had in the past, we seem to be increase. And that should be worrisome to us. And I hope it is, that we keep an eye on, the budgetary items that come before us. It all adds up. Is this money well spent? Absolutely. I'm going to be supporting it, Mark. But I want my fellow commissioners to know there's going to be more requests for more additional money for this agency as the year progresses. That's all.
Director Lennon, I'm sure could respond to the budget piece far better than I can.
Yeah, so we do not have concerns for the 25,000 for this because this comes out of, you know, a separate funding source. And Mark's budget that he put in for this year is below what we think the deposits for the Public Health Trust Fund will be. And that's even with our conservative estimates. So no concerns here, but I do hear what Commissioner Hill is saying. It's a good thing to address each one as it comes up, take a look at the competing interests. And in this matter, we do not have any competing interests. And it does look like Mark will have a surplus on top of what he has budgeted.
Thank you for that explanation, and thank you, Madam Chair.
And if I may just add to that, I work very closely with the finance department on the research and responsible gaming budget. We want to recognize and maximize revenue that comes into the Public Health Trust Fund. That's the share of the commission, and have a little bit of a buffer in moving forward in anticipation of new and emerging issues that we would want to respond to in any given fiscal year.
And Commissioner Hill, in light of your past position, I have to say, whenever I get the chance, and I know Mills can, you know, attest to this. Whenever I am asked about our research, I'm sure my fellow commissioners do the same. I always say how appreciative we are to the legislature and ultimately the governor for signing off on legislation, both 23K and 23N, that gives us resources to do research that our fellow regulators do not have across the country. So in many ways, Mark can lead a conversation on research because we have the special funds into the Public Health Trust Fund. So I'm with you. I'm frugal and careful, and I do think this is $25,000 that will be additional $25,000 that will be well spent if we can get a little bit of some insight on this emerging topic. And so again, I express my gratitude to the legislature for these really exceptional funding arrangement that we have for research. Any further discussion? But we do need a vote because we're amending if we move forward on this, on these, I guess really as the, on the whole, unless anybody wants to carve out something or add something. Commissioner Maynard, are you leaning in?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion. I move that the commission amend the FY24 gaming research agenda as outlined in the memorandum in the commissioner's packet and discussed further here today.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Is there some sound coming from some pet?
It's like once Mango quiets down, the dog starts to bark. So I think it's time for a break.
If we do need a break, I'm not sure where we are. I'm going to test that I do have an appointment that I will need to leave for at 4, but Commissioner O'Brien, you would be able to take over for me if need be. I'm hoping we will be done by 4. Do we need a break for 10 minutes? Otherwise, we'd be turning to, I don't know if, I know Dave Mackey is coming in rather than Mina on our next item, which is item 11, with respect to the selection of the screening committee or the Director of Investigations and Enforcement Bureau. He's here. Can we move ahead with Dave for right now?
I'm flexible, so.
I can
whatever.
also just turn my camera off and deal with this and we can keep marching. Keep it moving forward.
We're
I
not
was going to
minding.
suggest a 5-minute break, Madam Chair,
Okay.
and for time constraints.
Well, thank you. It's swinging my daughter to the airport and then I have a medical appointment, so it's a little bit of a challenge. So thanks.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll break for 5 minutes and return. Thank you. Okay, Dave? Thank you.
All set.
Thanks so much. Covering a lot today, Dave. We're going to get started in just a second. There we go. We are on live right now. Okay, we can get started. We're holding this meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission virtually, so I'll do our roll call. Good afternoon again, Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here.
Excellent, thanks. Commissioner Hill.
I'm here.
Great. Commissioner Skinner.
I'm here.
Excellent. And Commissioner Mink.
I'm here.
Okay. So we left off, and thank you to everybody, lots of ground covered. So now we're turning to the selection process for the screening committee for the Director of Investigations and Enforcement Bureau. And we have Dave Mackey from Anderson Krieger, who's standing in for Nina Macarios. And so thank you so much. Dave, we'll turn it right over to you.
All right. So should I just outline briefly what the open meeting law provides with respect to a preliminary screening committee, and then you can take it from there, ask questions. So the open meeting law provides a public body with the ability to go into executive session if it's an executive session meeting of what it refers to as a preliminary screening committee. And the idea is that this preliminary screening committee that can meet and evaluate and consider and interview candidates in executive session could go through, for example, an initial batch of interviews and potentially an initial batch of resumes and potentially an initial batch of interviews, and then has to forward more than one candidate to the full public body to get evaluated in a public session. And the idea behind it is that I think the legislature recognized that if anybody who sent a resume into a public body for a job was likely to be outed potentially to their current employer, it could kind of chill the applicant pool. So you were able to go through this initial process by using a preliminary screening committee, and you're able to do it in executive session. A couple of the requirements are it can't contain, the preliminary screening committee can't contain a quorum of the public body. So in your case, it could only be two commissioners on the public body. Should appoint a chair, and the chair of the preliminary screening committee can announce in a public session before it goes into executive session that having a public discussion about even this original raft of resumes could be detrimental to the public body's, the way the statute reads, is ability to attract qualified candidates for the position. And then with respect to what the preliminary screening committee can do in executive session, there's some guidance from the AG's office that reflects that the preliminary screening committee, shouldn't deliberate about qualifications for the job or appropriate questions to ask or that kind of thing. That's all public, should be vetted in public. Really what the preliminary screening committee does is limited to interviewing, evaluating, and considering which of the original pool of applicants will get forwarded to the public body for a public vetting and then ultimately a public selection. So that's the idea in a nutshell.
That's really helpful guidance for our other initial preliminary screening process that's going on. Commissioners, I'll remind you that with respect to the executive director, we selected Commissioner O'Brien, and Commissioner Jordan, to be the two commissioner representatives for this, screening committee. And we discussed at the time that the possibility of having Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Skinner be the members on this particular screening committee. I think we had kind of a consensus at that time, and I just thought we'd return quickly to that and to help us with respect to that portion of the selection process. Commissioners, are we still in that mindset? Commissioner O'Brien?
No, if Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Skinner are still willing, that was where my head was, yeah.
Still willing.
Still willing, Commissioner Skinner?
As am I.
Good, good. So then, the recommendation is to have, I think we have 4 on the other. I always like an odd number, but I think we have 4 on yours, Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Maynard. Is that right?
I think it's 5 for us.
Oh, it is 5. Okay.
Yeah.
So the two.
And I just think it's the nature of the position. It's myself, Commissioner Maynard, Dave Muldrew, Derek, and Heather.
Derek, that's it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
So,
if 3 on this one is sufficient, or
5, but I think an odd
Mhm.
number is important. We haven't discussed whether or not we would use we've discussed, but I don't think we made a decision whether a search firm would be necessary. I'm thinking that you probably would still want to have certainly representation from Chief Muldrew.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Agreed.
So is it a 3 or a 5?
I have an opinion, but I'm being asked to be, I'm being asked to be. put
I
on
think
a-
you should give your opinion.
Yeah, so I think we only need 3. I think Commissioner Skinner and I and Dave Muldrew could handle this ourselves.
Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Skinner, input?
I don't disagree with Commissioner Hill that myself and Dave could get this done. I just wonder what other perspective the group could benefit from, maybe just in an area of responsibility that does not fall within our area of expertise. So, Commissioner Hill, I want to defer to you, but I do think I'd like to hear from Dave Muldrew as to what his opinion is here. I want to make sure that we have a full complement of individuals who would be useful to this screening process.
Commissioner Skinner, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I have no problem with the 3. I think that in regards to how, I don't know if this is the place to how we conduct it, but 3 would not be an issue. I believe that it could be handled properly with 3. I do. I believe it could be handled properly with 3.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. It could be handled properly. I was just wondering if we're missing some insight, insight that falls outside of the 3 of us. Just asking us to consider that. And as I'm sitting here, I can't think of, what would be helpful here in this regard, but it strikes me, I mean, if we were in a perfect world, I'd want a former IEB director to be participating in this process. And I know that's 4, but, and we'd have to consider a 5th, assuming we could make that happen with a former IEB director. But I'm just want to make sure that we've got all avenues covered. And so, yeah, if the consensus is the 3 of us is sufficient, I'm happy to roll along with that.
Commissioner O'Brien, you've turned off yours first.
No, I just never muted myself again after saying I was okay with 3. I know, I understand the sentiment, Commissioner Skinner. We don't really have anybody on staff who fulfills that role
Yeah,
other than the person doing the interim job right now. So we can't do that. So
right. Well, I think that's an interesting perspective. I would say members of our team interact with IEB and have interacted with the former directors and members of that team. Commissioner Skinner, you were once a member of that team, and they might have some real insights on the leadership and skills that could be of influence and to make for the best selection. I think, I mean, we have Derek, who actually is selected by the executive director on that team, and for very good reasons. There are people within that team who might wish to participate, who could give insights as to how the IEB runs, that all three of you would benefit from, because Commissioner Skinner raises a good point. And it could be helpful. I don't know if we've ever used any GEU folks, and that's another area of exploration, because they would be working closely with the director. Those are my thoughts. I
Madam
don't think
Chair,
we have to go outside of the organization, however, although I respect that. Suggestion. Chief Moultrie, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, I think we are in executive session now, correct?
No.
Oh, we
We're
are
in
not.
public.
Okay, public, okay. I was
You know,
thinking that
and
if
you know
we,
what, Dave, I fully appreciate that, because we have Chief Muldrew in and out and
sorry,
in the screening and out of the screening. And you know what you are revealing to us, it's challenging, and we appreciate that. So public session, and it's about the committee, and it could be 3. And I think we've heard, 3 will work, but we also could do 4 might be challenging, and then 5. Okay.
hearing what Commissioner Skinner, I was just thinking, being a new position and the person and really having, not having anyone online, I think it would be a great opportunity to have someone, a senior manager from operations. Just, having our current director of field operations possibly be part of the team to really provide and ask and look for what's going to be needed, because the majority of this role is oversight of what's going on in the field. And that individual, some candidates may have transferable skills that apply, and that only this person may be able to see that. So after thinking of what Commissioner Skinner says, maybe going to a 4 format, I would say if we were to expand it internally, I would look at look at our senior ops in the field and see if that's a possibility. That was my thought.
Yeah, Dave, I think that's it. I hadn't thought about the field operations perspective. I was thinking more in the chair's mention of a member of GU. I was precisely thinking about the law enforcement perspective. So
okay.
I think, but I think it's a good addition. And so I think if we did invite someone with law enforcement background, along with, what you recommended, someone with field ops experience, then I think that would nicely round out the subcommittee. And it just gives us a richer review of any potential candidates, I think.
Commissioner Maynard, you're thinking?
I'm glad that that the ED one's already set. That's what I'm thinking. Because I know how hard these decisions are to be made. I think 3's fine. I can also see the benefit, and I believe I've mentioned this, in having a non-department head be a part of a committee, just to give a different perspective. I like the idea of someone with law enforcement background. And I wasn't opposed last time, nor am I this time to getting former folks involved. I know that's, some people don't like that idea, but I've often liked it. Because you can be a little more candid when you're not here and subject to being here every day. So, I've kind of, so I can see this going either way and I'm happy with it. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Oh.
Commissioner Hill.
I
Oh,
want to see
Commissioner-
this. Commissioner Skinner, by
No,
all,
no,
by
I-
all means.
I
was
didn't
just
see
gonna-
which,
I was just gonna ask if we could hear from Commissioner Hill.
I want to see this process move as quickly as possible. And you've made some great reasons why you would like to see a fourth member or even a fifth. But I'm still comfortable with saying Commissioner Skinner and Dave Muldoon and I would do a fine job in hiring the next ED for this position.
Commissioner Skinner?
Yeah, I'm gonna rest on that. And
Okay.
3 is the magic number here.
So Dave Mackey, is there any advice that you have for, if, and we'll vote on that, and it looks like we'll have a consensus on that. Any advice for the group as they consider this, the hiring process for this big position?
No, I think, you're balancing off, the broadest array of perspectives with some sense of being able to be efficient and move nimbly on this. 3 strikes me as an entirely reasonable way to proceed. The group, and maybe at your first meeting, you'd want to elect a chair just so that you can fulfill the statutory requirement that you make the required statement before you go into executive session. But other than that, this seems like a great screening committee, and I'm sure you'll get a lot of terrific applicants.
Excellent. Okay, with that, do I have a motion?
I move that the commission designate the following individuals as member of the IB Director Screening Committee. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner, and Director Dave Muldrew.
Second.
Okay. Point of clarification. Ultimately, there has to be multiple candidates brought forth.
You're
At
due.
least 1. At least 2, sorry.
At least 2,
more than one.
accepting the, crazy unlikely scenario where you only have 1 applicant, but otherwise, yes, you need it for 2.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
I abstain.
Okay, Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. So 4 yeas and 1 abstention. Again, the legislator wins.
Mhm.
All right. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item number 12. And 12 and 13 and 14, commissioners, they're topics that anticipate the need for executive sessions, and they're familiar topics, topics that we are for the first 2 returning to, and then the third one in the same vein that we'd be looking at, and that has to do with Caesar's cyber security matter. We'd be looking at first with respect to the MGM Resorts request for an extension on a matter that we've looked at before, a letter regarding some safety and security issues, and then MGM cybersecurity issue, an update on that, as well as Caesar's. With that said, I can read into the record for the purpose of the open meeting law, the 3 relevant components. And we could vote on all three. I can also take them separately. Commissioners, do you anticipate going in on all three, or if I can get kind of a nod to pursue on three, and if we sort it out, okay. The commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with GL Chapter 38, Section 21A4 to discuss the use and deployment of security personnel or devices or strategies with respect thereto at MGM Springfield, specifically with regard to firearms. The public session of the commission meeting will not reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session. Commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with GL Chapter 38, Section 21A7 and GL Chapter 4, Section 7, subsection 26N, certain records for which public disclosure is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity, and GL Chapter 38, Section 21A4 to consider information related to cybersecurity, the disclosure of which is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity, and to discuss the deployment of security personnel or devices or strategies with respect thereto in relation to an MGM cybersecurity issue. And again, the public session of the commission meeting does not anticipate reconvening at the conclusion of the executive session. And then finally, the commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with GL Chapter 38, Section 21A7 and GL Chapter 4, Section 7, subsection 26N, certain records for which the public disclosure is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity, and GL Chapter 38, Section 21A4 to consider information related to cybersecurity, the disclosure of which is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity, and to discuss the deployment of security personnel or devices or strategies with respect thereto in relation to a Caesar's cybersecurity issue. Public session again of the commission meeting will not reconvene at the conclusion of that executive session, if so voted on. So commissioners, do I have a motion to go into those executive sessions, please? Commissioner O'Brien.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission go into executive session on agenda items 12, 13, and 14, and specifically on the matters and for the reasons just stated by the chair.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. So to all those who participated today and the team members, thank you for excellent work. And thank you also for hanging in on another long meeting, but a very productive one. We are now being escorted to a virtual session, and we'll eventually adjourn from that meeting. Thank you to the public for joining us.